Mr. President and NDTV, thank you very much for this incredible honor. You know, Malcolm Gladwell in his book, The Outliers, said, "Who you are cannot be separated from where you came from." I left India 35 years ago, went on to the United States, and had tremendous success in that meritocracy. But none of that could have happened if I hadn't had a wonderful upbringing very much here in India. So I have a lot to thank India for. Now my 3 lessons I'd like to share with you. First, please be a lifelong student. You know, when we are kids, we ask questions like, why is the sky blue? Why is the bird flying so high? But for some reason, as we get older, that curiosity goes away. And if we are happy with the knowledge we have, then we are actually going to atrophy. So please remain a lifelong student. Don't lose that curiosity. Second, whatever you do, throw yourself into it. Throw your head, heart, and hands into it. I look at my job not as a job. I look at it as a calling, as a passion. And I don't care about the hours. I don't care about the hardships, because to me, everything is a joy. So whatever you do, please look upon it as a calling and a passion, not as a job, not as something temporary. The third and the most important one, please help others rise. Greatness comes not from a position, but from helping build the future. All of us in positions of power have an obligation to lift others up. You know, as I stand here today, I look at my responsibility not as a
Stress can be good for you. Now, stay with me while I explain this. So, I want you to think differently about stress. We usually think of it as something that's bad for us, that's negative. It almost has to feel painful. Never in the history of telling someone to calm down has anyone ever actually calmed down. Here's the thing. You get stressed. Of course I get stressed, but I've always seen it as purpose-focused stress.
Good morning, friends. This is to request you to please take your seats. We are about to start. We apologize for the 15-minute delay with which we are starting. I request D. Thomas Franco, the SBOA president, to come and please make the opening remarks.
Dear comrades, welcome to this historic conference and also welcome to Chennai. Welcome to this SBOA Educational Trust, which is probably the only trade union which is running such a large group of institutions. The SBOA Educational Trust, started by State Bank of India Officers Association, today is running 10 schools with 28,500 children, and we are known for quality education, and we do also take care of the society. We strictly implement the Right to Education Act. We provide, though the government is not reimbursing the fees, we are admitting children from the slums into the school without collecting any fees. We are yet still waiting for the payment to come from the government. This has given us a great opportunity. I should thank the organizers, Dr. Indramani Majumdar and others, for giving us a great opportunity for our children also to participate in this conference on education. I would like to welcome you all for this historic conference and also raise one or two questions which I am sure you will be debating during the course of this conference and even later. Yesterday, the US President Donald Trump has announced a slogan, "Why American? Hire Americans." So is it going to be the beginning of an end to a globalization after the Brexit? What impact it is going to have on the number of companies which are involved in outsourcing of the jobs in US, in our country, the hundreds of children who are studying in US, how it is going to impact. This is one thing I think we should start discussing. Secondly, you have seen the massive uprisal of youth in Tamil Nadu. One, I could see a positive trend that after long years, students have come to streets, they have maintained discipline, but I also have doubts whether it is going to lead to a kind of Tamil chauvinism, because there is a message spread that you have to fight for the Tamil, we have to fight for Tamil Nadu. This state has earlier also had that tradition of asking for a independent country earlier. That kind of chauvinism is also likely to rise. The third issue is that today, me working in a public sector bank and leading a trade union in the public sector, today, because of the policies of the government, one, access to higher education has become very difficult. The statistics say that 8 crore 43 lakh children who are eligible to be in the school system are out of the school, and only 10% of the rural children who pass out of +2 have access to higher education. And today, banking sector, which is supposed to provide educational term loans to the common youth to get education, is moving away. It is very difficult today for a poor boy or girl to go and get an education loan, including from public sector banks. And public sector banks have been asked to sell their non-performing assets in education term loan to asset reconstruction companies. State Bank of India, with which I work, we have sold our education term loans to Reliance Asset Reconstruction Company, and due to their cruel ways of trying to get back the money, there has been suicides in Tamil Nadu. And the government through Gyan Sangam has already decided that these public sector banks themselves over a period of time will be privatized. They want to reduce the shareholding to 40%. So with privatization of the public sector banks again, whatever little education loan which is available, that also will become a scarcity. So is it not time that the student movement and the trade union movement should come together and fight for a larger cause? These are some thoughts I thought you will discuss and you will come out with solutions. Once again, I welcome each one of you for this historic conference on education. Thank you, one and all.
A very warm welcome to all of you. I am Chirashri Das Gupta, one of the two coordinators of this pre-conference. It's extremely troubled times which has brought us together, and Malini Chakravarti and myself, we are very grateful to have been given the privilege and the responsibility to organize this pre-conference colloquium on the flux in India's higher education system. Before I talk briefly about what is it that we thought we would achieve out of this, I would just like to point out that the constituents of this flux are very diverse, but at the same time there are common threads running in terms of an intense attack on the very idea of higher education in India. People are fighting battles in various institutions across the country. And while we were organizing this pre-conference colloquium, we realized the extent of this when we did not hear back from the student activists that we had approached in Himachal Pradesh University. And almost 2.5 months later, suddenly I received a call where Naval Thakur, one of the leaders of the student struggle at Himachal Pradesh University, said, "Ma'am, मैं अभी jail से छूट के आया हूँ." He's just come out of jail and he had been arrested right after I had written to him, and that is why he was not responding or picking up calls. So the precarity of the situation in which these struggles are being fought and the extremely troubled times that brings us together is the very reason that this colloquium was conceived. In doing so, our focus had been essentially on two aspects. One is to try and capture within the given constraints of time as well as organization the widest possible institutional and geographical representation in terms of understanding and capturing in the span of a day the different experiences that students, teachers and education workers have gone through in various sites of higher education. Also, so one of the aims is to document the experiences of struggle and also to explore, and the second aim is to explore the range of questions that define the contemporary flux in higher education. And in doing this, what informed us was an understanding that the last 30 years of since the second new education policy, which was introduced in 1986, higher education has been in a state of flux. And there is, on one hand, affirmative action of the most limited kind over a period of 3 decades has led to a reconstitution of the intersectional social space of the public university. But on the other hand, as Franco also said, that of all students who enroll at the primary level, less than 4% make it to the public system of higher education in India. It is in this highly exclusive context that both the past and present debates on caste, patriarchy, religion, and other forms of social discrimination or oppression play out in the sites of higher education. And of course, we know that neoliberalism in India has operated in a society already heavily weighed against women. And the sectoral shifts after 1991 have been on very clear gender lines. Women had lost many of their earlier occupations, crowded into less stable employment, and were pushed to the margins of the economy. And so patriarchy in some ways has been at the heart of the debate in higher education. For patriarchy, and especially capitalist patriarchy and its relationship to higher education under capitalism, presents a sort of a double-edged sword. On one hand, higher education is looked at as one of the means towards emancipation, but on the other hand, higher education is also the site through which both workers and managers who will conform and keep to discipline are produced. Okay? So it is within this contradiction that we wanted to frame a few questions around the contemporary struggles that we have seen. And so one of the questions, and what we have seen, is an intensification of both attacks on the higher education system and also an intensification of resistance. And these have been largely around the question of cuts in public funding, authoritarian attacks on campus democracy and the right to dissent, intensification of discrimination and oppression on the basis of identity, and ideological attacks by the extreme right, all of which has seen valiant resistance by students, teachers, and education workers. It is in this phase of intensification that the third new education policy 2016 is being proposed. So the questions that we would really like to address are: to what extent are these rallying points of an intensified and significant fight back, which we have seen in present times, related to the paradigmatic changes in education policy and the larger political economy of the neoliberal global order? How have these movements looked at the different waves of education reforms in India, from the Kothari Commission to the Birla Ambani report? What implication does this have on spatial hierarchies of school, technical, and higher education, which Franco had also mentioned, constituted within the tiering of the regional and the social? And what are the experiences and lessons that we have drawn on the struggles against structures of discrimination and oppression and for substantive affirmative action? What drives the present attempts at saffronization of education, and what significance does this have in the delineation of structural features of a social hierarchy in India that facilitates a continuous process of labor cheapening as the sole basis of integration into the neoliberal global order? So with laying this out, one of the things that we really wanted was a documentation of given the very, very limited coverage that one gets both through media and social media, the different kinds and sites of struggle that we have seen in the last few years, the kind of new agencies that have emerged from this, one significant feature of which is a large section of women activists, which you will see when you look at our last panel. And if you look at the gender balance on that, it kind of stands testimony to the fact that the recent struggles has been led and has also led to the emergence of a large number of women activists at various sites of higher education. With these words, I welcome you once again to the conference. There are two matters of business. The first is that we've already started late and hence need a strict check on time, which I request the chairs to see to. And the second is that I request Lalita, Ravinder, and Akhlaq to please, if you are in the room, please stand up. So Lalita is going to look after all the reimbursements. So all of you who need to get your flight tickets and travel reimbursed, please raise your hand, Lalita. So please go and talk to her. Ravinder and Akhlaq, please raise your hands. They are going to organize the drops to the airport and the railway stations today. So all of you who are traveling back to day itself, please coordinate with them for your drops. They will be either inside the room at the back or will be outside the room. Okay? So thank you very much, and I look forward to a day of intense and meaningful deliberation. Thank you.
One announcement, please. This program is being webcast, so if you can also send a message to your friends in SMS or WhatsApp. The site is spotonlive.in. SPOTONLIVE. Spot on live continuous, all small letters. Spotonlive.in. It is being now webcast. So people sitting across, your friends can also see that.
May I request our Secretary and Correspondent, Dr. Thomas Franco Rajendra Dev, to present a memento to Mrs. Chirasri Das Gupta as a token of our love and affection.
I request Professor Anil Sadgopal to please come to the dais and chair the next session. I also request Madhu Prasad, Raman Mahadevan, Nupur Chaudhary, Arindam Bose, Sudipto Bhattacharya, and Nitya Nilakantan Radha to please come to the...
Check. Hello. Once again, I welcome all of you here, particularly the students, the young aspiring faces. Very encouraging that all of you have come to join us in the conference. Thank you, all of you. We have a very strict schedule. In a way, it's good that we started late. Now everybody knows that everyone has to stick to the time limit of 10 minutes each. Otherwise, we cannot complete. And I begin by first introducing my colleagues here. Professor Madhu Prasad on my right. She's from All India Forum for Right to Education, formerly from Zakir Hussain College, Delhi University. And I'll request my other colleagues to introduce themselves. And on my right is Raman Mahadevan, Professor Raman Mahadevan, and he'll just say where is he from.
Well, I'm an economic historian based in Bangalore.
And on my left, what's your name?
My name is Nupur. I'm from the Center for the Study of Law and Governance in JNU.
I am Arindam. I teach in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Bombay.
I'm Sudipto Bhattacharya. I teach in Department of Economics and Politics, Vishwabharati, Shantiniketan, West Bengal.
I'll just make 2 minutes of opening remarks, very short. One, Professor R.S. Rao, I recall, is no more, from Sambalpur University, in late 1970s, wrote a paper which was titled Capital Without Capitalism. Very striking title. And I've never forgotten that title. And today it applies to this conference very importantly, because normally when capitalism grows, it breaks apart, it demolishes all the pre-capitalist formations, whether social, cultural, linguistic, economic, and then moves forward. But in our case, from the pre-colonial times, from the colonial times onwards, when the British Empire was being built up in India, the British Empire itself started adjusting with caste, religion, and patriarchy. The process went on, and with the present phase of neoliberalism, neoliberal capitalism, it has not stopped. There is an adjustment, a structural adjustment, intellectual adjustment with the existing dominating, hegemonic, oppressive structures of caste, religion, and patriarchy. This is my one remark. Other remark which I want to make, I am personally a student of policy. I undertake policy analysis all the time. And I have found it is through policy analysis that you can expose the attack of neoliberal capitalism and now fascism, growingly fascism, by undertaking policy analysis. And I think this will form a very important perspective for our colloquium today. I hope so. With this, I request Professor Madhu Prasad to make her 10-minute and no more 10-minute observation.
I'm very happy to have something to stand on, because otherwise podiums tend to be so high that I can barely get my forehead and my eyes above the level. I'm very grateful to be invited to come and speak here and to share our ideas with all of you on this very major issue of education and how important it is for any further development or any activities which are taking place in India today. We keep talking about development, we keep talking about vikas, but we do not talk about the very conditions that are necessary for it. I had thought that this would be a small group of academicians and activists primarily, but I am very happy to see the school children sitting here, because you are the people who are really going to be affected by what we are discussing, we're going to discuss today. And therefore, I will try to pitch my lecture or my talk far more to you than to my other colleagues who are here. The first thing I want you to look at is that the education system is always part of a society. It is part of a social order. Today, I find that when people say there is a crisis in education, all of us know it. Even school children know that there is a problem in education. But our solutions to the problem, sometimes we talk about the Guru Shishya tradition, and sometimes we talk about sending our teachers to Cambridge and Oxford to be trained for how to teach in schools. We seem to have no relationship between the ideas that we are putting forward for education and how to improve our education system and the kind of social structure within which we are dealing with it. The Guru Shishya tradition is something which is totally based in the caste system. It is based in the need to propagate and to strengthen caste ideas and caste practices from one generation to another. This is a tradition which actually, if it is only going to be some kind of traditionalist sentimentality, a lot of which we are seeing today, if it's only some kind of traditionalist sentimentality,
it does a lot of harm, but if one knows that this is so, then it's not such a problem. But if we actually believe that the relationship between gurus and shishyas is what should characterize today's education, then I think we are going to be in a soup, quite frankly. Because today's education demands access for all sections and demands criticality and an active relationship of engagement between teachers and students. Teachers are not providers of knowledge to students who simply receive knowledge. In today's world, you have to be both critical and competent. And therefore, this idea that we can deal with old notions is something that we should look at very carefully. On the other side, we have recently, our Delhi government has done this, that they have spent a lot of their fund for education on sending small groups of teachers to Cambridge to be trained for a period of 2 months or 6 weeks or something like that. Now, I think this is, the conditions that exist in developed countries and first world countries like Britain, and the conditions that obtain in countries like India are quite different. And I think we should be very careful when we start looking for our standards and our methods of either learning or of evaluating. Our standards and methods cannot be drawn from an entirely different environment. It is a problem that we have suffered from in our whole years of independence, that we have tried to make children who come from a totally different experience study according to children who have all the benefits and the privileges in their background, and therefore look at education from a complete perspective. In particular, I think the kind of problem that the Right to Education Act of 2009 introduced, which is the 25% necessary admission for students from economically weaker sections. The Law Commission had earlier said that 50% of children in every school should belong to economically weaker sections. And you may say that, well, if you can't have 50%, let's have 25%. Surely something is better than nothing. But in fact, this something is better than nothing is actually very damaging, because when every other child comes from a different social background, you have a completely different interaction between the children. And all the children feel that they are in a position to engage with each other. But where you have 25% children coming from weaker sections, economically weaker sections, whereas 75% come from privileged sections, then clearly the children who come from weaker sections are not only targeted by the administration, but also find it very difficult to accommodate with this kind of experience of work studying with privileged children. Because not only they cannot manage to come, they don't feel at par with the privileged children, and yet when they go home, they seem alienated now from their families and their own backgrounds. So this in fact becomes a very dangerous and a very unsatisfactory attempt at mixing. And therefore, I will state that the kind of problems we are facing in education today, maybe we need to look back a little into the history of modern education very briefly to try and understand where our solutions could lie. There has been a note which has been circulated as the theme of this pre-conference colloquium, and that is on the relationship between education and capitalism. Now, capitalism, although it may be one word, it has over the last, the history of the last 200 years, capitalism has evolved from being one kind of system into being a totally different kind of social experience. So we talk about capitalism in its ascendancy. That is capitalism when it first started, and when, as a result, capitalism was an attempt to break out of feudal relationships, was an attempt to develop the productive forces of society, so that you could have a more significantly advanced social structure. It is in this stage of capitalism that the idea of formal education for all children was put forward. This idea was developed in that period because capitalism itself, for its advance, required that young people be given the education and the training to be able to participate in the new labor processes that were going to take place. Yes, capitalism saw education as preparing workers for the market, but this was a capitalism which wanted to break populations out of feudal controls and also wanted to provide for a market that was growing. There were jobs, there was a need for goods, trade was expanding. This is why we call it the revolutionary phase. I'll just quote very quickly a very interesting the general education of all children without exception at the expense of the state, an education which is equal for all and continues until the individual is capable of emerging as an independent member of society, would be only an act of justice. For clearly, every man has the right, today I should say every woman has the right to the fullest development of his abilities, and society wrongs individuals twice over when it makes ignorance a consequence of poverty. Now, the reason why I read this out, you are very familiar with this kind of thing. You think, must be some NGO fellow who said this. Actually, this quotation is taken from a lecture delivered by Friedrich Engels, a collaborator of Karl Marx, who attended a series of lectures, took a series of lectures in 1845. This quotation is taken from 1845, and it says certain things which we are now trying to undo, and I'll try to tell you why we are trying to undo them. Engels says clearly, the state must take responsibility for education. 2, education must be for all children. You can't have education for the privileged class and no education for the poor. It must be for all children. Education can't be for part of the children and not for the others. And the third thing that he points out is that this is justice is being done. Today when we talk of justice, we mean that the poor and the caste oppressed should be given education. But as Engels is pointing out, it is justice to every child. Every child needs this justice. Of course, the children of the poor need it far more, because otherwise what you are doing is you are making ignorance a product of poverty, and therefore you are ensuring that people can never get out of their poverty. So in 1845, Engels is saying this. Surprisingly enough, in 1881, Dadabhai Naroji is saying in India, he sends an appeal to the Hunter Commission, which was the first of the education commissions set up while the British were ruling India. He sends an appeal to them saying that the poverty of the Indian people is the result of the policies of the colonial government of India. And the only way that this situation can be altered and improved is if all children get education for at least 4 years. At least 4 years is what he's saying in 1881. In 1944, we said we should have education for all children for 8 years. I think it started with 6 and then they went to 8 because at that time we had the matriculate system. Today that we have 10 plus 2, it should be the case that every single child should receive education at the expense of the state. Only the state can do this. Today they tell us that people should be paying for private education, and quality education is private education. What you pay for, you get. If you pay high, you get quality education. If you pay low, then you get poor quality education. And if you can't pay, nobody really cares whether you get education or not. But this is absolutely wrong. I was just reading yesterday in the newspaper, it said 1% of India's population controls 58% of India's resources. 1% of the population controls 58% of the resources. And you want the 99% to pay for their education? Where will they pay for it from? Now, this idea, how did capitalism change from what it said in 1845 to what we are being told today? And actually we have been told this even in India. All over the world it started in the 1970s. In India it started in 1991 when we decided to take on the economic reforms. Okay. Now, so I've got this thing. What changed was that, as Marx had pointed out, capitalism is the privileging of dead labor over living producers. This, I think, is the most important thing to remember. We worry about capital. What is capital? It's not just cash. Capital is the labor which has already been put into the economy by generations of workers, the dead workers, dead labor. And it is that dead labor which is valued over living producers. And as this process continues, if you keep privileging dead labor over the living producers, you're going to have a situation where capitalism is going to face its basic crisis, which is the dead labor that it wants to accumulate is the labor which has to come from living producers who you are not allowing to survive even in perfect conditions. So this crisis is always there in capitalism between the source of your capital and the realization of your profit. The result is capitalism went into a series of crises, and people like Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg and so on continued to talk about how imperialist wars and armaments industry is the way in which capitalism tries to overcome its crisis. After that, you had the consumerist boom, which was another way of trying to overcome the crisis. That is, you have a smaller and smaller section of the population that is able to consume because they have the wealth. And you start then feeding their consumption to the point of sickness almost, where they consume and consume and consume until they simply cannot consume anymore. So what you're doing is you control production for the masses, you control labor for the masses, and you try and build your economy on luxury consumption for a small section of the people. This we are hearing all over the world now. People are fighting from the United States to England to India. They are saying, we are the 99%. You have been running the world for 1%. Now, this situation in which capitalism has put itself necessitated what we call the neoliberal reforms and that way of trying to work their way out of the crisis. The neoliberal reforms are ones in which, particularly that welfare phase of capitalism, when they wanted to get the largest section of the population involved in the economy and in the social structure, you are now trying to get them to be deprived of even the basic services and requirements that they need in order to survive. In particular, areas like education and health and public services like water, electricity, all these are now being made private so that they become a field for profit taking. And they become a way in which the people's necessities, the people's requirements are to be exploited in order to create profit. The impact of this on, as I said, on education, etc., many of the speakers are going to talk about this later, but I just want to finish now. I've got my knocks. I just want to finish by saying that whereas the early phase of capitalism was one which wanted to give education for commodity production, today's capitalism has reduced education itself to a commodity. And education itself now is to become a source of profit. We talked about student loans a little bit. I'd just like to stop with one little figure. In 2008, there was a massive financial crisis of neoliberalism. And that created a situation which we thought would be difficult for neoliberalism to come out of. Everyone talked about the subprime real estate crisis. Nobody told you that one very major part of that financial crisis of 2008 was the student loan crisis of America. In 2008-9, the student loan in America was $1.26 trillion. And since then, we have had resistance on the part of students in the United States, in South America, and so on, where they have simply torn up their loan pieces, you know, those certificates that they have. They've simply torn them up, saying that we can't pay off these loans because we are not getting jobs. So please let us realize that we have to, when we start thinking about today and we start thinking about education, please let us go back, or let us not go back, but let us realize that we have no alternative but to demand that the state takes the responsibility for education, and that the state is actually responsible for educating all of India's children and not just some of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Madhu Prasad. I am already accused by a colleague of being partial to you. And let me caution you, because we both belong to the same organization, I cannot do this. I am, before inviting Professor Raman Mahadevan, I just want to thank Professor Madhu Prasad for unfolding the crisis of capitalism and how it impacts upon education, health, and a whole series of social sectors. I also want to remind ourselves that we have just completed 100 years, 1 century of the famous document by Lenin, which is titled Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism. That should be kept in mind in going forward. Now, Professor Mahadevan.
Can you hear me here? Let me at the outset thank Chirishri and the organizers for having me over here. The tentative title of my presentation is Some thoughts on the nature of private capital in higher education in a historical perspective with special reference to Tamil Nadu. I mean, given the time constraint, this is no more than a snapshot presentation of the broad trends of this process. Much of what was touched upon by the previous speakers, highlighting the malaise that the higher educational system faces now, my presentation might provide some insights as to why this has assumed the proportions that it has, because I'm going to be talking about entry, very significant entry of private capital into education. I'm inclined to periodize private investment, shall I say, in higher education into three broad phases. And I'm going to be talking about Tamil Nadu, though as you would, or as you're all aware, that especially since '85, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Andhra, three southern states and a Western Indian, a state from Western India, account for the bulk of the investment in private institutions of higher learning, privately managed institutions of higher learning. As I said, I'm inclined to periodize private investment into three broad phases. The pre-1947, as a historian, I'm looking at a long-term historical overview of this, of the manner in which private capital entered into this sector and the nature of the private capital, which that's very significant. And it is not possible to generalize for all India, so the regional dimension becomes very important, and hence I chose to focus on Tamil Nadu. The second phase is 1947 to 80, broadly, you know, the post-independent India and pre-liberalization. And the third phase is post-80 phase, collapsing into the neoliberal phase from 1990 to 2015. Generally, historians tend to stop at 47, but I'm increasingly interested in what is now known as contemporary history. It is not enough for us to just stop at 47, but see how the whole development process is unraveling since independence. We need to locate private investment or flow of private capital to the process of commercialization and accumulation in the region. Now, insofar as Tamil Nadu is concerned, I should underline the fact that the profile of capital that emerged in this part, in South India in general, and Tamil Nadu in particular, was very different as in relation to the capital that emerged elsewhere in Northern India, especially North and Eastern India. Important fractions of regional capital emerged from distinct caste-based social formations. Insofar as the Tamil region was concerned, the most dominant fraction were those from the Nattakotte Chettiar community, a community traditionally engaged in trade and banking, the Vaishyas of the south, the only major Vaishya group from the south. However, from the last quarter of the 19th century, there was a steady outflow of Chettiar capital into the overseas regions of South Asia and Southeast Asia, principally Ceylon, Burma, Malaya, and Indochina and Indonesia, which were in fact the principal theater of accumulation. This paradoxically created a situation where agro-commercial and merchant capital, that is people from the sections of rich peasantry, and since I'm taking a cue from Madhu, I'll try and avoid academic jargon as far as possible, because I'm also addressing a very large group of young students and traders. this gave them space, adequate space to accumulate capital and move into manufacturing. This is a very, shall I say, a distinct feature typical of not just Tamil Nadu, to see that in Andhra and parts of Karnataka as well, and Western India as well. Now, the principal initiative for promoting institutions of higher learning in the pre-independence period in Tamil Nadu came largely from the Christian missionaries and marginally from the upper sections of the dominant merchant banking capital of Tamil Nadu, principally the Chettiars. But in relation to the total capital, that the surplus that they had accumulated over 40, 50 years, the proportion of investment in education was very negligible. The first private college, the first private college, of course, was Pachayappa's College, that was set up in the 1840s, but became a full-fledged college only in 1882. That was set up after the death of Pachayappa Mudalayar, who was a leading Dubash in this part, in Tamil Nadu. And his successors set up this trust and set up Pachayappa's College. But after that, the first major private investment in the college was from Raja Annamala Chettiar, who set up the Meenakshi College in 1922, which was the nucleus for Annamala University, which was set up in 29. He contributed, reported to have contributed 2 lakh of rupees. I mean, and it's interesting, he sets this up when their business was doing fairly well. The crisis overtakes this group only after the 30s and 40s. The other 2 Chettiars who invest in the pre-independence period are Karamuthu Tyagaraj Chettiar in Madurai and Alagappa Chettiar in Karaikal. The other important fraction of Tamil capital were the Kamma Naidus of Coimbatore, and especially the 3 families of P. Kuppaswamy Naidu, V. Rangaswamy Naidu, and PSG Group. But among these, it was the PSG Group which, as far back as 1921, set up the an industrial institute to meet the growing need for technically skilled workforce. It was a technical IT, a kind of ITI, but by 1939 it becomes a full-fledged polytechnic. I mean, it's probably one of the first privately funded polytechnics in this part of the world. By 51, they set up a full-fledged engineering college. So the first privately run engineering college in Tamil Nadu was the PSG Engineering College in Coimbatore in 1951. This was soon followed by others who move in. I mean, you have Alagappa Chettiar setting up the Alagappa College of Technology in Karaikudi in 52 and Karamuthu Tyagaraj in 57. This is phase 2. Now, the phase, which is really the most interesting phase, which is what I'm going to be talking about, from mid-80s, one observes 2 or possibly 3 broad trends, quite distinct and at variance with each other, and one of which had significant implications for the more recent negative feature of commercialized education. The process of the heightened inflow of private capital can be traced to this period. Starting from 1985, when MG Ramachandran was the chief minister, the government faced with a severe financial crisis following the initiation of several popular socialist welfare measures, including the famous noon meal scheme, was compelled to lift prohibition and allow for the free sale of liquor. Now, liquor becomes a very critical component for resource mobilization, the income from sale of liquor. And the grant of liquor licenses during this period, especially in the mid-80s, between 80s and 90s, was a huge source, and it also enabled, it resulted in what some people have called the politics of clientism and rent seeking. So, and it is important to underline the fact that this period also sees the rise of what I call lumpen capital. You see, one needs to make a distinction between the investment which you see during this period, between the 80s and till 2015, between two or three streams of capital. You have the process of deepening of capital all through the 70s and 80s, much of which could not seek outlets because of the system of controls that prevailed during that period, the control over licenses for starting manufacture. So there were severe entry barriers in the 70s and 80s. So you see, as a result of lifting of these controls from 80, the early phase of liberalization from under Rajiv Gandhi and followed by, it doesn't all happen from 1991, you can see the beginnings of it from the mid-80s. You see much of this capital moving into manufacturing, and there's quite a bit of dynamism that you notice all through Andhra and Tamil Nadu, these two pockets particularly, with new forms of capital from agro-commercial and merchant castes entering into manufacturing, small, medium, and large. So this is a very significant, and some of this capital moves into the educational sector. So you have that happening. I mean, like the Naidus, Kamma Naidus of Coimbatore, the new generation of Kamma Naidus who are into engineering, who are into high-end textiles, and who are into a whole range of auto ancillaries. It is sections of capital from this group that is also promoting institutions, partly for philanthropic reasons, but partly also motivated by the need to have a skilled workforce for their industries. So this is very distinct from the lumpen capital that I talked about. I'll just take a couple of more minutes. The nexus between politicians and capitalists, which really can be traced to the mid-80s, and it gets reinforced in the subsequent decades and 1920s. As much as, very briefly, some data that we have for 2003 says that as many as 50 colleges were controlled by politicians. So, in a sense, what we see is something very unusual. The government and the state itself facilitating the accumulation process. And that's why I call lumpen, because the normal growth of capital is very different. This is a very, shall I say, distorted pattern of growth of capital. So you have the state, in a sense, providing patronage to select political actors by providing them liquor licenses, and the income from the enormous income from liquor finds its way into education. Land is given at extremely subsidized rates, and other concessions are offered. So a process which starts in, I won't take names, a process which starts, if you dig deeper, you will find out who these people are, and they are very significant force. And these are, many of these institutions are of very dubious repute. And so this process gains acceleration between late 19th, and this is post-liberalization, late 1990s, gathers speed in 2000 and 2015. So much so that, just a minute, so much so that now you have Tamil Nadu accounts for 546 private institutions, engineering colleges, of which only 10 are government run. And if you look at the spatial distribution of this college, it's very interesting. Chennai has only 10, but the greater Chennai region, like the greater Delhi region, you have Kanchipuram and Tiruvallur. So Kanchipuram, Tiruvallur and Chennai account for something like 140 of the 546 colleges, 140 to 150. The next major concentration is in Coimbatore. So much of this lumpen capital investment is essentially around the Kanchipuram. So this is the sort of, for want of time, I'll have to end, with very significant implications for the kind of nature of higher education, the kind of issues which Madhu and Chirashri raised about exclusion, about deprivation, because most of these private colleges really cater to the upwardly mobile middle class which has emerged since the 70s and 80s, to the exclusion of a large number of people from the marginalized and poor sections of Tamil society. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Professor Mahadevan, I have to be difficult with you. Very, very important issues which you brought up. I just want to interject here that this crisis of liquor money funding education came up very importantly in 1938 when Gandhi was asked that how will education be funded if you are going to stand against liquor? And Gandhi, being a stubborn person, he said, if liquor is going to be a source of money, I know what kind of education is going to be given, then I am not for education also. So very important. Like I mentioned Lenin and reminded ourselves 100 years of his seminal book, I want to also mention here Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. His book in 1916 also completed 100 years called Castes in India, which is actually a paper which he presented as a young research scholar at Columbia University, New York, in an anthropology seminar, very interestingly, and in which he explained in Castes in India how castes originate, how castes function, and how castes are sustained. And he even said, if you do not control castes, castes can become, get spread all over the world. And he warned us. And I think it's a very seminal document which we have to keep in mind when we continue to talk about capitalism and education. Now I'm requesting Professor Nupur Chaudhary from Center for the Study of Law and Governance, Jawaharlal Nehru University, and I hope she will do some justice to the time. We have failed to do it, but she will do some justice.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you extend me the same privileges as our first speaker. So, not the second. So, my brief today was to share with you a bit on what is India's doing on the GATS commitments in the WTO. GATS, as most of you know, stands for the General Agreement on Trade and Services. So just briefly, I've been given a brief to be very brief. So I have these 5 points that I'll speak to you about. Just to start off with, I just wanted to introduce the architecture of GATS, which is a very different kind of an agreement from the goods agreement that we have in the WTO, right? So the fundamental difference between the goods and the services negotiations in the WTO is that in the services negotiations, the way the negotiations happen is through an offer and acceptance mode. So a country will make an offer on how to liberalize a certain kind of service, and another country would accept, or a group of countries would accept that offer and come up with their own offer, and then you come to some kind of a minimum agreement that how to go forward with liberalization of that service, right? So that's the mode, and there are 4 kinds of ways in which you can liberalize. So there are 4 modes, mode 1 to 4. For our purposes, let me just tell you what are these modes. Mode 1 stands for cross-border service trade, which basically means online services, right? Mode 2 is when the consumption abroad, a natural person like me going abroad to study in a foreign university, that's the consumption abroad. Mode 3 and 4 for our purposes are the most critical. What is mode 3 and 4? Mode 3 stands for commercial presence, which means when a foreign entity comes into your territory and sets up a college or any educational institution to provide a service. And the 4th is a natural person, when the service provider is in terms of a person and that service provider travels from one territory to the other, right? So it's in these 4 modes that agreement has to happen over many kinds of services, right? So originally, which means in 1994, India did not actually table any commitment or any offer to make a commitment in the services agreement. But in 2005, which is the Hong Kong ministerial, India did make an offer, and for our purposes, it made an offer on many things, including education services, and specifically higher education services. It made this offer on mode 3, specifically, and mode 4, which means it allowed foreign entities, not allowed, but made an offer to allow for foreign entities to come into the territory of India and to offer education services, right? There was some caveats to that offer, which allowed the government to say that the fee to be charged can be fixed by the appropriate authority, and such fee should not lead to charging of capitation fee or profiteering. Of course, the counterfactual of that is that why would any foreign entity come into the territory of India to give a service without a profit motive, right? So that's a kind of thing that the argument that was given by Smriti Irani later on in 2015, answering a parliamentary question, suggested that it was just an offer made. There was no counter offer. So therefore, India did not move ahead with this kind of an offer. And therefore, the offer does not have any legal sanctity, except that it does stand even today. The offer is not withdrawn. So this is an offer that is on the table for discussion, right? Now, another very specific argument given by the Ministry of Commerce usually when it comes to higher education services, especially when there are protests saying that what are you doing in WTO, why are you liberalizing these services, education is not a service, it's a public good, and so on and so forth. Their response is that, but within GATS there are already exceptions that would allow us not to do anything about, that would not actually anyway restrict government regulation of higher education institutions. They use an article, specifically Article 1.3c in the GATS agreement, that says that the GATS schedules or GATS agreement excludes from within its purview any service which is supplied in exercise of government authority. Now this specific phrase, any service supplied in exercise of government authority, has been defined within GATS. What does it say? It excludes any service that is not given on a commercial basis and not in competition with one or more service providers. That would pretty much exclude all higher education institutions, because although they are not free, they are providing a service for a certain fee, and they are also in competition with private education institutions. So this argument by the government is a complete fallacy, if not a deliberate attempt for misrepresentation of facts. The other very important thing that has happened in education within the GATS framework has been something called the TISA, which TISA is that Trade in Services Agreement, which is a plurilateral agreement. Now the GATS kind of a framework just like the goods allows for regional trade agreements, the GATS kind of a WTO framework allows for plurilateral agreements, which basically means that if you can't get a multilateral solution within WTO, you can have some members coming to some agreement that would liberalize services between them. The European Union has used this strategy to actually push through WTO plus measures, which basically means that even GATS flexibilities would not apply to this new agreement that is being negotiated and pushed through by the EU. Now, interestingly, when the EU came up with this is just like the transatlantic trade agreement that was being negotiated between US and Europe. No documents were there in the public domain, even by the European Commission. It was only in 2014, this negotiation started almost mid-2012 in very much confidential negotiations. And then in 2014, there was a WikiLeaks, which actually took out the documents on what does this TISA stand for. Now, interestingly, education services was not one of the things that are being negotiated at this moment in TISA, but that is definitely on the agenda. Okay, so the EU, for example, being a huge trading bloc, has been able to negotiate. Pakistan, for example, is a member of this. Mexico is a member of TISA. There are other developing countries that are members of this, and there is increasing pressure on India to become a member. Now, interestingly, the India's stand post-TISA has been, TISA does not have legitimacy. You should try and negotiate only within a WTO multilateral forum. There is more transparency, and therefore it's better. However, what is of interest for us as an audience, as a research community, is to note that September last year, September 2016, India unilaterally, which is, it moved a note or it's not a commitment or an offer, but it's a note saying that we should have, just like you have a trade facilitation agreement for goods, we should have a trade facilitation agreement for services. Now, what does a trade facilitation agreement for services really mean? It basically means that a whole lot of protocols, which means rules, regulations, procedures, due process on how these rules are made, there has to be a transparency clause to that, reporting requirements and how you report whenever you take a domestic regulatory measure, you report it to the multilateral forum and so on and so forth. Now, if you look at what has been said in that note, it's very interesting. It says, India thinks transparency in application of all measures are required, and ensuring administration of measures affecting trade and services is in reasonable, objective and impartial means. There should be opportunities to comment before entry into force of measures affecting trade and services, and procedures and timelines for consideration of applications from service providers, blah, blah, appeal and review, and so on and so forth. Now, I know this is a lot of jargon, but just to make it very simple and understandable, interestingly, what it basically means, transparency is the new leitmotif in trade negotiations. Because substantive negotiations on certain goods and services are not moving ahead, the other aspect is to argue that let's have transparent procedures. But what does transparency really mean? Transparency essentially means two things, which is of concern to us as a community. First, that current subsidies or current rules that are made, there is a freeze. So you can't go below that. You can't, if you are giving a subsidy, say 40% for every 100 rupees that you spend, 40% is given by the government, that you can't go beyond that 40 rupees, right? So current disciplines are in a way frozen in time, right? And the other important aspect of this whole transparency debate is the fact that you create a new whole kind of what you call a legitimate stakeholder. So foreign entities that are trying to enter this territory or enter this jurisdiction now become legitimate stakeholders for you to review policies, to be welcomed when new rules are made, to be given the right to appeal, review, and all that comes with the idea that they are legitimate stakeholders. So these are the two aspects of transparency that we should be very note and be very careful about. Transparency sounds really nice, but in effect it essentially restricts or limits the powers and functions of the national government to do a range of measures to allow education, fulfillment of education as a public good. That's what transparency means in this context. And that's why we need to be very careful. And obviously we need to be also alarmed by the fact that the government of India thinks that unilaterally they would try and even come up with an idea that would itself try to restrict their, restrict their own powers of regulating this public good, right? That's what they are suggesting, and this is right now under discussion in the GATS committee on special sessions that are looking at proposals, right? So it's a bit too technical, but the idea is that this is a very important development and one we should take cognizance of and prepare to debate and discuss. So I end there with the bell. Okay. I had like 5. I won't use it. I hope we get a chance to discuss this when the discussion happens. Thank you, Chair and the organizer.
I'm very happy that Professor Nupur Chaudhary has touched upon a very crucial issue, probably the most crucial issue for higher education today in the country, that is WTO and GATS. And very few of us understand. And I belong to that organization, All India Forum for Right to Education, which is the only organization who built up an All India campaign against WTO GATS last year. So that the offer made by the Government of India is withdrawn before the Nairobi conference held last year. And this kind of a ambiguity, which you referred rightly about previous HRD Minister Smriti Irani, always has been maintained, and I want to correct her. She spoke Ardha Satya as part of her strategy. She said, we made an offer, but it doesn't matter, it's just an offer. This offer, if not withdrawn, and the TISA which you mentioned, so important, not withdrawn quickly, it will become a commitment of Government of India forever, an irrevocable commitment forever. And one will not even know when it will happen. Like we pass ordinances at 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., it will be one of those things, overnight it will become a commitment, you'll never know. You'll only know after it has happened. Then it becomes irrevocable. And for our younger people, I want to, saying it so that you become engaged in the question of GATS and stopping it now. I'll make it non-technical. If University of Madras, after GATS is implemented in India, is given a grant of 50 crores of rupees by Government of India and by UGC to improve its library, I'm just giving an example, to improve its library, then Government of India will be under GATS obligation, will be required to give 50 crores rupees a grant to every private university in India. This is the meaning of it. And then Government of India will say, we don't have that much money, so University of Madras will also not get that money. With this, I invite Dr. Arindam Bose from Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai, to make his observation. And please try to be as nice as Nupur was, 12 minutes.
And I'm especially delighted to have our young friends. I'll try to connect with you to the extent possible. Well, I'll bring forth 2 premises. First is as I look at capitalism, which I think leads to also reflexive modernization, and thereapart, towards the end, I will touch upon what I believe in the modern education system to be as crisis situations and bringing forth uncertainties. So I'll be looking at school education to begin with, and try to, if time permits, I'll move towards higher education. Well, to me, since we talk about reflexive modernization, which naturally entails technological advancements, and mathematics being part of technological empowerment, it's going to be interesting to actually see the role of mathematics in the current education paradigm that we are into. Now, social phenomena are mostly structured and eventually constitutes the way we look at mathematics and the way technology advancements happen. On the other hand, social reproduction also constitutes the kinds of oppression that we are seeing at the moment. Now, why is that important is because the way I look at mathematics education at the middle school level as not creating equal ground or common space for all groups of children coming to school is apparent from the way common elements of power that mathematics can offer are relegated behind. I'll give some examples. I'll particularly draw two data points from low-income settlement from middle school levels, where children, particularly from minority community and girls, are often seen to be doing tasks which are seen as cheap labors or non-productive or less technical. For example, I'm particularly referring to a community which comprises of people belonging to low-income families and occupied in micro-enterprises which are household-based. Now, children coming from these communities to the school essentially draw on everyday mathematical knowledge that they gain from their engagements at home. Now, that involves decision-making, optimization, account maintaining, mathematics of earning, if you may say so, which have also elements of measurements like the underlying concepts of measurement which school education doesn't even touch upon. Now, why is it important for us in this paradigm of today's debate is because in the garb of this whole issue of capitalism, this notion of mathematics education as seen as being a powerful entity in the context of school education is not even seen or acknowledged. Now, for example, if I look at the wages that children earn and the way that connects to the issues of fairness and concern for equality doesn't even trigger to them. I'll give you a couple of examples. So let us look at this example where I was interacting with a girl child of 13 years old studying in grade 7 who makes rakhi at home, the rakhi that you tie on wrists. For making 12 dozen, which is 1 gross of rakhi, she said she gets only 15 rupees, which is sold, per rakhi is sold not less than 20 rupees in the current market. Now it's for that child, let us call her Shahnaz as a pseudonym, for Shahnaz to even anticipate or to calculate price or wage of 1 rakhi that she gets is as minuscule, and she just claimed, "Mujhe to aadha rupaya bhi nahi. I don't even get half a rupee." That's one example. Now here is an example where we see that often hours of work or entitlements are not even, forget about fair distribution, are not even given to them properly. But on the other hand, children who know the power of mathematics come to you to ask for help. And here is another example of a child who came to me and said, can I teach him division? He was in grade 6. Now this example is also important because I feel that this child knew that if in order to succeed in his local enterprise, he needed to know mathematics to a certain bit, and he knew this power. So I said, well, you must have learned it in school and your teacher must have taught you division by now. He said, yes, she has. I mean, all this conversation was happening in Urdu and Hindi. Then I was actually testing him with gave some 2-digit numbers divided by single digit and so on, and gradually increased the complexity. And then I think this will be of interest to some of our young friends sitting at the back. I gave him this example, 981 divided by 9. Now he writes 9 ones are 9, and then he writes 9 nines are 81. So his answer was 19. Then he stops, doesn't allow me to proceed to the next question, and he says, wait, sir, there's a problem. I said, why? You have done it. Yes, this is the problem, sir, because the teacher has taught us this, but it doesn't lead to the answer. But I said, yes, but 19 is your answer, isn't it? No, that can't be correct. Ruko na sir, that can't be correct. I said, but why? Now look at this. I take it with a pinch of salt, and it's very important for us to actually understand this, that this child coming from a low social income group, belonging to underprivileged section of society, but has a clear understanding of power of mathematics, power of knowledge, if I may say so, says, no, this can't be correct, and I must fix it. He knows where he falters when he came to me. He knew that he was faltering at division, and he must fix it, which I think middle school children in today's age are not able to even realize. For example, perhaps I didn't know when I would make mistakes when I was as young as this child was. Moving ahead, then he said, why not? Why 19 can't be correct? Then he said, look, suppose 981 rupees had to be distributed among 9 children, everyone would get at least 100 rupees each. So he clearly had an understanding of the possible range of the answer. And he said, he in fact calculated it. He said, okay, so 100 rupees each, and then give 10 more. So that's 990, but it's 981, so take back 1 from each. So it's 109. Oh, so we need to put a 0 here, the 0 batega. But he does not know why. So the context that I'm trying to raise here is this disconnect with the kinds of maths or the kinds of education that that's being percolated down, which makes no connection at all with the world outside. Now, that was an interesting premise for me. I hooked onto it and I said, so what do you think should be correct? So was 19 the correct answer, or do you think 109 is? He thought for a while, and then he said, well, it must be 109, but then my teacher, I did this using my teacher's algorithm. So much faith on the system as well. Never for once this guy said that this method was incorrect. There was certainly a place value error that he was making without realizing it. And then he said, well, what he said next is alarming for particularly us education researchers. He said 19 is correct in school and 109 correct outside. Now, this alarming example tells us the kind of disconnect that prevails and meaning of education which is not leading us to anywhere. But there is a hope. As education, or as philosophers like Skosmosi, or I draw on Foucault here, knowledge and power, together with foregrounds, if I can use those frameworks, presents us with hope, where children like Abdul and Shahnaz know what education for them stands for. When we were kids, and young friends like you would realize then when you were young as Shahnaz and Abdul are now, we would often make such absurd errors without even realizing and fail to connect. But here I feel that this is important for us to take a note of and also try to realize where we are headed to. Now the entire discourse that is being enacted through different kinds of regulatory devices which attempt to normalize situations by creating norms also present context of deficit. We definitely carry a deficit perspective when it comes to preparation of designing of curriculum and syllabi, particularly for children coming from communities which are unprivileged. Now my question is, how long can this uncertainty prevail? Why can we not think about equalitarian view which holds one curriculum, one education for all groups of learners coming to our classes. But certainly we are not even ready to even acknowledge that there is a problem of this kind which remain unaddressed. Until then, I don't see hope, even though Abdul and Shahnaz have. I stop here. Thanks.
Thank you, Arindam. You've not only been precise, you touched my heart, because the issue of curriculum and pedagogy, in my opinion, is at the very center of struggle which we engage with. And you may not have realized that today, you're already part of our movement, I know, but by making this statement today, you also told us that you can lead the struggle on the issues of curriculum and pedagogy. Very important. Wonderful. Now I request Professor Sudipto Bhattacharya from Department of Economics and Politics, Vishwabharati.
Thank you for inviting me and give me opportunity to present my paper. Now, my paper, my deliberation is from different perspective. Now, economics, educational policy is highly determined by the economic policy in a nation. So, if the economic policy is a conservative policy, then education policy, it directly affects the education policy. So, and what should be the economic policy that determines largely what the ideology within the economics, what the ideology dominates. Now, for the last 30 years or so, with the emergence of neoliberalism, the economics within the discipline economics, the concept of pluralism has been largely being threatened, and it is going to be a monistic, as if a monistic theory, and as if the only one ideology may persist. And in this context, I guest edited a volume of this journal, Pluralism and Economics Education. You can understand that what is the need of this journal. And in where I welcome many paper which put emphasis on the pluralism, and my paper is starting with a question whether neoclassicism or pluralism. So, teaching and economic research during the era of neoliberal reform of India. Now, neoliberalism, you know what neoliberalism is. My previous speakers spoke in length. It is suddenly a demise from the welfare state. It emerged in Europe and United States during early 80s, which just dropped that concept of welfare state and says that any kind of subsidy to poor, any kind of support to the poor would be harmful, would make them lazy, and therefore would adversely affect, negatively affect the output and employment in the economy. So that withdraw all the subsidy or withdraw all the support to the poor people, working class, and you make the policy on wage cut, and so that will make them work. And a new theory emerged in economic discipline, that backward bending supply curve. If you raise their wage rate, then after some time they withdraw their work and prefer leisure. So that in this context, I think that the neoclassicism is very much potent political ideology of neoliberalism. Previously Keynesianism, when there was a state intervention, developed welfare state, what was the economic philosophy of state, that kind of welfare state? That was Keynesianism. So from Keynesianism to neoliberalism, I think the potent political economic ideology is neoclassicism. Now, neoclassicism is based on methodological individualism. That they start with the individual, they start with Robinson Crusoe. That if you go through the Samuelson's basic book, the economics, you find many examples of Robinson Crusoe economy, Robinson Crusoe economy, Robinson Crusoe economy. Now, that neoclassicism reduces the human being to just an animal who will maximize its utility and maximize its profit, nothing else. That people does not have any other emotion, any other dedication towards nation, towards internationalism. His mission is to maximize utility and profit. And from that, they reach the aggregate economy by aggregating all the individual's utility and individual profit. And this is how the macroeconomics of neoliberal state thinks that an economy acts just like an individual. So that if he saves, his income will increase, and so that they take the policy of thriftiness, they take the policy of austerity and crowding out. So even today, that our Prime Minister is saying that temporary austerity, and from 1991, we heard about austerity, that you have to go through austerity, and in future some kind of prosperity will come, and that will never come. That again and again pushes the economy in a very bad shape. So that neoclassicism is a very favorite framework and only favorite framework of neoliberalism, and for the survival as an economist, for example me, for my promotion, even if I am a politically left, if I am a politically liberal, for my own promotion, own survival, I have to adopt neoliberalism. And how is it so? Particularly Europe and United States, as Pranab Bardhan and Lee showed that their promotion, recruitment and promotion based on the publication of top-ranked journals. American Economic Review, Quarterly Review of Economics, Journal of Political Economy, and these are all the very much right-wing journal, and that based on only ideology. And then if you cannot publish with the top-ranked journal your promotion, and this journal acts as gatekeeper of promotion and recruitment, then your promotion will be denied and you will be sidelined, and so that whatever your personal political ideology or social ideology is, you must adopt neoclassicism as your professional ideology. So that this is the threat. But India, I think that had a big liberal and kind of pluralistic tradition, and that is how the Indian state neoliberalism started with 1991, but they could not capture the UGC's ideology. UGC, they pressurized UGC to cut the fund, but so far the UGC did not interfere the states that school curriculum or college curriculum of economics. And our promotion and everything, recruitment, is not still strictly based on this mainline journal. But the problem is that there is a silent transformation, and which is hegemonized by the UK and US. And if you go through different departments, different universities, I will come to that, where we will find that this kind of aggression is going on. Now, if we look into the Indian tradition, right from before independence, there were two prevalent ideologies. One is nationalist school, led by Ramesh Chandra Datta, Dadabhai Nauroji, Shakaram Ganesh Deuskar. They unfurled the economics of colonial exploitation. On the other hand, we had the Marxist school led by R.P. Dutt, who sought the root of the exploitation. And after the independence, we found that on the one side, Delhi School of Economics, which devoted some kind of mainstream research led by Amartya Sen, K.N. Raj, Sukhmay Chakraborty, but that mainstream in 1950s and 60s is entirely different from today's mainstream. And on the other hand, we found that Center for Economic Studies and Planning, JNU, which founded by Professor Krishna Bharadwaj and later other Prabhat Patnaik, Utsa Patnaik, that is based on the alternative framework, alternative ideology. So this kind of pluralism we had. But what happened, particularly till after 1991, there was a slow but steady some neoliberal capture. For example, ISI, Indian Statistical Institute, that started its journey with the hand of Prashant Mahalanabish and with the planning division. And many kind of planning and development works was going on in 1950s, 60s, 70s. Now, if we look into the research of ISI, it's almost a technocratic exercise. Particularly that economics department, IRU, or like that. And JNU, particularly early 90s, when I was a student there, when one MA program is running there, we found that another mainstream approach, another MA program with mainstream approach was introduced in JNU. And even there was an attempt to neoliberal capture of CSP by hiring the technocrats, even from the United States. But that capture was, I think, that mission has not been very much successful. And in in West Bengal, you know the Center for Studies, CSSS, Center for the Study of Social Science, which was, I think, which excelled for its interdisciplinary and heterodox teaching and research, led by Borun De, Professor Amio Bakshi, and others, Partho Chatterjee. Now, under the directorship of a particular the neoliberal gentleman, its economic swing is now totally that monistic, and that compelled Professor Amio Kumar Bakshi to leave Center for Studies of Social Science. And South Asian universities, Delhi, it was started, and it developed its journey with a very heterodox tradition, very heterodox and vibrant faculty members. But they hired some head of the department from the other side. I'm telling the name. That conflict came in the newspaper, Professor Partho Sen, and he tried to compel the faculty members and students to teach on the neoclassical framework. And ultimately, that center, everybody left from that center, from that university department. So I will conclude, and still we have some hope. My hope is CSP, Center for Economic Studies and Planning. I have hope. I think we have some vibrant faculty members in Ambedkar University, IDSK, Institute of Development Studies, Kolkata, where Professor Amio Bakshi is the emeritus professor, and my department, economics department, which has also some kind of heterodox faculty members. So, and still others. The time is short. There are many other institutes I can discuss. In my article, it has been discussed. So I would like to conclude that neoclassicism wants to hegemonize the institution but refuses to work within the multilateral thinking. So we have to give the new thought and to resist the process of hegemony, monism. Thank you.
You kept your time also. I really appreciate that. And now it is my turn to be monitored, that I make my concluding remarks within 10 minutes. And I request Professor Nupur Chaudhary sitting next to me, who are very keen about time, to monitor me and control me. Please ring the bell at 7 minutes. Friends, we've had a very, very stimulating session. I thank all of my fellow speakers, and it's a privilege to be on the platform of Indian Association of Women's Studies, with which I've had a long association due to 1986 policy and my resistance to 1986 policy. I wish to begin by reading out a forgotten statement erased from our memory in the neoliberal capitalism times of neoliberal capitalism. It is from the last educational policy document of the era of Indian state, when Indian state was still struggling to become a social welfare state. This is a document of Kothari Education Commission report in 1966. When talking of universities, Kothari Commission made the following very important statement. Universities are essentially a community of teachers and students where in some way all learn from one another, or at any rate strive to do so. Their principal object is to deepen man's understanding of the universe and of himself in body, mind and spirit, to disseminate this understanding throughout society and to apply it in the service of mankind. These are the dwelling places of ideas and idealism. When Rohit Vemula and Kanhaiyas of our country raise various issues, they are talking of ideas and idealism, which Kothari Commission referred to. Theirs is the pursuit of truth and excellence in all its diversity, a pursuit which needs above all time available? Okay, all right. A pursuit which needs above all courage and fearlessness. And then, very important statement which all young people and all old people like me should remember. Great universities and timid people go ill together. The central government and various state governments have done in the last 2 years just the opposite, precisely the opposite, in attacking Film and Television Institute of India, attacking the Ambedkar Periyar Study Circle at IIT Madras, in attacking Ambedkar Students Association of Hyderabad Central University, where Rohit Vemula and 4 of his friends suffered and eventually led to the poignant end of life of Rohit Vemula. And then they attacked JNU. In between, they attacked several other universities in the countries, telling that you should not have ideas of idealism. You should be timid people. You should not raise questions. You should not do critical assessment of the country. Because Kothari Commission went on to write, universities must learn to strive to serve as conscience of the nation. Universities must serve as conscience of the nation. And the government of India is telling us not to serve as conscience of the nation. An American Marxist, Professor Henry Giroux, writes, once the neoliberal capitalist attack is taking place on American higher education institutions as well. So pained by that, Professor Giroux writes, what is the purpose of higher education and its faculties in light of the current assault on young people, especially since it is education that provides the intellectual foundation and values for young people to understand, interrogate, and transform when necessary the world in which they live. Matters of popular consciousness, social consciousness, popular consciousness, public sentiment, and individual and social agency are far too important as part of the larger political and educational struggle not to be taken seriously by academics who advocate the long and difficult project of domestic or democratic reform. I want to interject some data here, which hopefully will make us think. Only 6% of the tribal children who start education class 1 are able to cross class 12. Only 8% of Dalit children who start education in class 1 are able to cross class 12. Similarly, only 9% of Muslim children cross class 12. Only 10% of OBC children cross class 12. Those of you who are sitting here are amongst the fortunate ones who are able to join higher education. This is 4-year-old data, and it's becoming worse, not improving, but it's becoming worse and worse. With the new education policy, not ready to be implemented, because it's not even passed by the parliament. It is being implemented in bits and pieces, already being implemented. Because they have realized probably this will be very dangerous to present a policy to the parliament when there will be heavy democratic opposition. Better is not to formulate a policy, just go on implementing it. So I will not go into that, how it's being implemented. But new education policy's central agenda is not privatization and commercialization, which it is. That is a tool, instrumentality in the hands of new education policy. It's not communalism, which it is. There's another tool in the hands of new education policy. But friends, I want to dare to make a statement. The central agenda of new education policy is a fascist agenda of exclusion, primarily exclusion. Massive exclusion is going to take place from education. An objective of the massive exclusion is to provide cheap labor for the global market. During the 2014 election, the BJP's manifesto precisely said this, and the Prime Minister carried it forward by saying we are going to turn India into the largest supplier of cheap labor to the global market. How do you do it? By creating an excess of labor right in this country. In order to do this, the exclusion will begin from class 5 onwards. I don't have time to list here more than a dozen strategies which are inherent, which are already stated in new education policy preparatory documents. 12 strategies at least to exclude children from class 5 onwards. There is no time for it. It has been already written in many papers also now. And the objective of this will be to create a massive labor force in India and therefore decrease the cost of the labor also per person. And by doing this, this labor will be now exportable, just like the British colonial rule did it by exporting lakhs of people from India to different parts of the world to serve the global capital at that time. It will be now done on even a bigger scale. There will be a small section of society belonging to the upper class, and mostly men among them, because the patriarchal society is there, who will be also turned into labor, but much higher paid labor. They will be able to access 7- and 8-digit packages, maybe 9-digit packages in the years to come. They may be biotechnologists, they may be patent law experts, they may be economists, they may be physicists or chemists. Whatever profession they may be, they will be high-profile labor. And like the cheap labor being exported, this high-profile labor, both of them will be pliant, bonded labor for the global capital. Global capital cannot accept any member of the labor, whether high-profile, well-earning labor or the massive cheap labor. No one should be able to allow critical questioning. So critical questioning, critical thought is going to be at major danger in the years to come. And those who cannot be exported, given the ideology of Trump and already there in the right-wing forces in different Western countries, advanced countries, it will be quite possible to see today, right now, that even the cheap labor will not be exportable. So what happens to that excess labor? The new government, our present government, already has it in its hand. It is Make in India program. If it cannot be exported, Make in India needs cheap labor. Make in India basically means free land or land at highly concessional rates being given to the corporate capital, domestic or global. It means dilution of labor laws, and it means supplying cheap labor. If cheap labor cannot be exported because of Trump will not allow it and other right-wing forces in different countries will not allow it, then absorb that cheap labor in Make in India program, and then the finance capital will be shifted from China, from Japan, from various other countries, shifted to India, and that is Make in India program happening. So the entire new education policy is now geared towards providing cheap, pliant, unquestioning labor. I want to conclude by pointing out that patriarchy is embedded in caste. If you want to annihilate caste, as Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar said, if you want to annihilate caste, you have to annihilate patriarchy as well. You cannot save patriarchy and annihilate caste, and you cannot save patriarchy and only annihilate caste. You cannot do, you have to do both. You have to attack both patriarchy and caste, and I think this will be a major academic challenge in this seminar and the next 4 days when National Conference on Women's Studies will be taking place. I want to read out my concluding remarks. Will end with this statement of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar from his seminal undelivered lecture called Annihilation of Caste. And I should also mention here Periyar also stands on the same footing when Periyar says if you want to do something better in society, to demolish all what was wrong in the previous centuries. You demolish. Similarly, Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar says you annihilate caste. In the last paragraph of this classical essay says, I read out, yours, he's talking to the lecture was not delivered because the lecture was to be delivered to the Jat Pat Todak Mandal in Punjab. He's addressing the expected audience of Jat Pat Todak Mandal in Punjab and saying, yours is more difficult than the other national cause, namely Swaraj. In the fight for Swaraj, you fight with the whole nation on your side. In this task of annihilation of caste, you have to fight against the whole nation, and that too your own. But it is more important than Swaraj. There is no use having Swaraj if you cannot defend it. More important than the question of defending Swaraj is the question of defending the Hindus under the Swaraj. In my opinion, only when the Hindu society becomes a casteless society, and I'll say today in the advanced discourse also a society free of patriarchy, a casteless society that can hope to have strength enough to defend itself. Without such internal strength, Swaraj for Hindus may turn out to be only a step towards slavery. And that is what demonetization is going to do now. What the education policy could not do will be completed. The unfinished agenda of global capitalism will be completed by demonetization, which has attacked the entire informal or unorganized sector. 93% of the productive force of the country has been attacked. And 93% of the productive force has been shaken up. And I recall Naomi Klein here, who talked about disaster capitalism. Whenever there is a disaster, it is the capitalism which flourishes. And when demonetization shakes up 93% of the productive labor in the country, the productive forces of the country, and that is destroyed, and the agenda of demonetization is neither to work against black money, black market, nor to work against corruption, nor to work against the financing of the terrorist forces. Its real agenda is to destroy unorganized sector so that will be now available for new investment by global capital. The huge unorganized sector will be now available for global capital, and that is the real agenda of demonetization. So I have a story which I have narrated quickly from de-educating, the agenda of de-educating, from de-educating to demonetization. Thank you. there is a suggestion to provide time for question and answer. Now, I do not know organizers how much time they can give. You have taken that 1 hour 45 minutes slot already. So 5 minutes for question and answer. And if the questions come from the younger people, and you can address it to any one of us by name or a general question, general concern. Yes? Anyone? Huh? If Chirashri wants to ask a question. Yeah, yes, yes, yes. Huh? Oh, you invited? You didn't tell me. Who? Yeah, respondents. Yes, yes. Yeah, Anjali? Huh? Yes, sir. They are invited respondents here. I was not aware of it, sorry. A student activist, Anjali Ganga from Pondicherry University. Arpita Jaya, Joint Action Committee for Social Justice. Maybe they should raise their question or say something. Lakshmi Priya, Mahatma Gandhi College, Trivandrum. Shashwati Mazumdar, University of Delhi, Professor Shashwati Mazumdar. And Professor Subha Senathan from Bharati Dasan University, Tamil Nadu. And a student activist, Vishnu Priya from Pondicherry University. Any one of these people, please raise your question or issues. Yes, Professor Shashwati Mazumdar. Please come here. Or yeah. You can give the mic.
Shall I speak from here?
Yes.
So since this pre-conference colloquium was, as was told to us at the beginning, inspired by the various struggles that have erupted across the country and actually across the world as well, I think it would be interesting for us to think about what is it about capitalism in its present stage which is leading to these kind of struggles. I think that perhaps has not been the focus of what has been said so far. Can you all hear me? I'm not an economist. I'm only an activist and an observer of what's been happening, and I'd like to suggest something. My suggestion is that capitalism, and we've heard a lot about how powerful capitalism is, but I think at the moment capitalism is also in terrible crisis. And it's in this phase of crisis that it seeks to enter areas of profit making which have before not been its main focus, including health, including education, and I'd like to compare it also with what happened with demonetization, to enter areas which were excluded from its areas of profit making because it's not being able to make sufficient profits in the old areas. It's not being able to make sufficient profits and is therefore entering these areas, and that should also be a signal for us that those of us who want to fight this, that there are possibilities of fighting back. It is in crisis. Capitalism is in crisis, and I think we as people who are wanting to fight it must keep reminding ourselves that it's in crisis and that we have a chance therefore to fight back.
Thank you, Professor Mazumdar. Any other respondents or any other person? Please speak up. There's a cordless mic available. Yes, somebody at the back. Somebody raise hand. Somebody. We just talked about critical thought being crucial to us. So someone should raise hand. Disagreement, dissent is all important. If you don't raise questions, then you're waiting for Rohit Vemula to raise question or Kanhaiya to raise question. They've raised their questions. It's our time now. No. Huh? So, not a happy note to close the question. Yeah, good. Thank you. Save the day.
Like nationalization of banks, why not we demand nationalization of all private institutions in this country?
I think this is a great clarion call you've given. Let's fight for nationalization of all private institutions. You know, one capitalist country has done it recently, Finland. They nationalized all their private institutions in a single shot. And that is why Finland's education system, which was at the bottom of the European countries, became not only at the top of the European countries, it became at the top of the world, just by nationalizing private institutions. So you've given a very important input in our discourse today. Thank you for it. I think now we close this session and the next session will begin. Oh, there's one question. Where? You? Oh, now that some question being raised. I cannot see it. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning. When we talk about education as commodity, when they were mentioning, I was also thinking that capitalism has made education as commodity, but they also use education to actually sustain their whole process. So with this, I would also want to reflect on this new education policy. We have seen lots of people talking about it, academic groups talking about it, but I always wonder that why we are not able to bring those ideas to common people, because it's happening in a forum where we are not able to reach. So it's also that I think we have to think forward to break that, like the separation of academics and commons, and how do we bridge, especially with this new education policy. It's a huge structural change which they are going to bring. So that's the thing.
The most welcome suggestion. Seminars and conferences of our kind should in fact be held right in the middle of the city and break the wall. Somebody else was, I think, raising hand. Anybody else? Okay, on this happy note, we close this session.
SBI Education Trust wants to present a memento to our panelists and the chair. So that's what I'd like to invite Dr. Franco to come and please present the memento to Chair Professor Anil Satgopal. Thank you, Dr. Franco, and thank you, Professor Satgopal and other panel members. I'd like to now invite on stage Professor G. Hargopal, the chair of the next session, Professor Satish Deshpande, Professor Jyoti Bhosle, Rama Naga, who is a student activist at JNU, and Dr. Ardra Surendran and Professor A.G. Olena to come on the stage, please. I have another announcement to make, and that is regarding the reimbursements. Those who need the reimbursement, please get in touch with Lalita. The names are with her. She's sitting towards the back, so you can, I think she's also identified herself earlier. Second is those of you who have incurred local travel costs, please do get back to Lalita. She'll be taking care of the reimbursements. Thank you.
Friends, I think we have more difficult situation than the first panel because lunch break has to be there and we have to finish it by 1:15. Hopefully organizers will give us some grace time because the previous panel has taken away a bit of our time. We have 5 speakers with us, and if each one takes about 10 minutes, perhaps we'll be able to complete in an hour and maybe some time for the discussion. This session is devoted to a discussion on structure of higher education in India. Although these panels are structured with a specific focus, that being the compulsion of any conference of this kind, I think no panel will confine itself only to that focus. I think the issues overlap, and I am sure that the first session did raise a number of issues and concerns about structure of higher education in India. Particularly, Professor Raman has raised the whole question of lumpenization or lumpen capital entering into the higher education and how the liquor business got connected with the education. I think some of those concerns were raised. Madhu Prasad, and all of them in a way touched this question of what's happening to higher education in India. But anyway, I think now it's for the speakers to focus their attention. One thing, I would make one comment and maybe toward the end reflect on what my colleagues here have to say, that in 1970, Noam Chomsky has brought out 2 volumes. The title of the volumes is The Political Economy of Human Rights, Washington Connection with Third World Fascism. I am citing his book of 1969-70. Now what happened to these 2 volumes is that it's not only they deal with very explosive role of US corporate in the global global market, but he has written a very powerful small introduction to his 2 volumes, where he said what American corporate democracy has done to the world, and he used a very, very powerful expression that America is a single society which caused large number of bloodbaths in the world, and how they have, destroyed humanity. I mean, he has made those comments. When the book was printed, the publishers and the distributors noticed this powerful foreword and got, in a way, frightened, and 20,000 copies of this book were destroyed. Now, what Chomsky called this is not state censorship, but market censorship. And later he fought a legal battle and got these volumes published. And he writes what happened to his first volume. That's where he has brought out this detail that what happened to his first volume. Now, in other words, it is not possible for the neoliberal capitalism to push through the structural adjustment or economic reforms without promoting fascism in the politics and in the society. I mean, this is said long back. I think the experience is coming to our doorsteps a little late. Latin America has already experienced, but I think it has come to us. Now, if they have to push through these reforms very ruthlessly, I think they have to promote fascism, fascist culture in politics, in culture, in society, because anti-people policies can never be pushed through in a democratic way. It's not possible. And that's the reason why Chomsky talked about Washington connection with third world fascism. And I think Indian higher education has been experiencing it even during the Congress regime, but now I think under the new political dispensation, all of us are experiencing for the first time in the higher education in India that our voices are being silenced. Universities have become places of very authoritarian and democratic culture. Vice chancellors are behaving like autocrats, and the campuses are being closed to the outsiders and to any debate. I think this we are experiencing. This experience of certain fascist culture in the university system is a part of what earlier panel also mentioned, the larger economic design. And if the neoliberalism has to make one more step forward, I think it is not possible without this type of fascist culture. Whether India will go for a full-blooded fascism or whether we'll be able to circumvent or shortcut fascism and make the society more humane and democratic, I think is the challenge before all of us. How to protect higher education, democratic culture in higher education, the nature of the capital in higher education. I think these are the challenges, and All India Forum for Right to Education, of which I happen to be a member, has been struggling for the last 5 years to build a movement from the grassroots so that we question this entire trend in the economy, but more so in the higher education and in the school education. Now with this brief introductory remarks, now I request Satish Deshpande, who was my colleague in the University of Hyderabad, and now he's with Delhi University, and now a renowned sociologist of the country, to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, Professor Hargopal. And I thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. I will have to stop speaking at 12:20, and at a rough calculation, about 2,000 rupees of public money has been spent on every minute that I take here. So you will forgive me if I don't waste time on further preliminaries and get it straight into my topic. Before I do that, I want to spend just a few seconds for our young students, the school students who are at the back there. Although there are many great men and whose quotations are there on your walls, there is one that is perhaps not there and would be more useful to you right now. When you're trapped in a situation like this, think of Prabhu Deva. Take it easy policy. What I want to speak on today is what I believe to be one of the most central structural issues in Indian higher education. And that is the very vexed and difficult relationship and critical relationship for the future of Indian higher education. And this is the relationship between weak students and elite institutions. Both of these terms are in quotation marks. The weak student is not the bad student, and the weak student is not the quota student. The weak student is a structural product who arrives at the doors of higher education with a pronounced deficit in prior training. A deficit not because of any individual failing, not because he or she has not worked hard, but because the system has failed him or her. And the elite institution, we understand elite in two senses. There is a social sense of elite, where elite consists of the chosen people who are of high social status in a society. And there is also elite in an intellectual sense, where elite institutions are those that are considered intellectually good or intellectually the best, and so on. So while there tends to be a convergence between these two, that is to say, in most societies, unless something is actively done to prevent this convergence, elite institutions in the intellectual sense tend to gravitate towards becoming elite institutions in the social sense, because they tend to keep out people who do not belong to the right groups. So how to break this convergence, which if society is left alone, is going to happen and has happened and is very much a fact of our own educational system today. And let us not think that this has been broken already in our society. The process of breaking this has only started with the 93rd Amendment, and this process is less than a decade old. So I want to talk about this problem, the problem of the relationship between the weak student and the elite institution. To do this, I have to first mention why this is important in the first place. This is important because higher education today represents, the democratization of higher education today represents the best hope for the future of Indian democracy as such, because we are not in a position to redistribute any other form of resource that is relevant for social mobility except access to higher education, and that too quality higher education. Therefore, the question of the democratization of our higher educational institutions, and in particular the democratization of our elite institutions in the intellectual sense, is going to be very critical for the future of Indian democracy. Democratization of higher education has been happening on one plane, that is the plane of quantity. Higher education has expanded enormously, and that enrollment has gone up 6.5 times in past 20 years. The number of institutions has gone up by 4.5 times, and our gross enrollment ratio in higher education has tripled in the last 20 years. But this quantity has not been accompanied by quality. The hold of the social elite on intellectual elite institutions remains very strong. According to the AISHE data for 2013-14, this needs to be confirmed. In these central universities and institutions of national importance, 70% of their composition continues to belong to what would be called Hindu upper castes as a residual category after you take out all the other castes. So this is 2013-14. So our institutions are not only Indian higher education, when we speak of it, is an abstraction. We need to speak of it in disaggregated terms. Our education system is both segmented and segregated. It is segmented on one primary dimension, a horizontal segmentation between disciplines and faculties which offer the promise of social mobility and good, well-paying jobs. In short, the professional, the so-called professional sector, and everything else, which in a sort of very apt euphemism in the statistics, national statistics, is called general education. Apart from this segmentation, there is also segregation, which is a vertical division between elite forms of professional and subaltern forms of vocational institutions, even within the sector that caters towards employability. And in general education, we have those few institutions where some education is still possible, and what has been talked about in the previous session, possibilities of critical thinking and so on, are still possible, and a large majority of institutions which were described by one of the most influential policymakers in higher education in modern India, J.P. Naik, as cattle pounds. That is, as waiting rooms where people are simply waiting to do whatever it is they're going to do next in society, in their lives, where what is happening inside those institutions is of very little concern to them or to anyone else. So given this kind of a division, what would democratization mean? In part, it has meant access to low quality education for large numbers who did not have access to this. This is an important development, but we cannot stop at this, because access to quality education, access to elite institutions is going to be the critical factor. And in order to ensure this, we need to think about this relationship between the so-called weak student and the elite institution. This relationship is a critical one because the weak student appears as weak very sharply in the context of an elite institution, because that institution also has members from other sections of society who do not have a deficit, and if one might say so, whose initial endowments, the phrase used by economists, are in far in excess of the average. In other words, people well endowed with social capital. So we are at a very critical point in the history of elite higher education today, where the old elites are in the process of moving out to the private sector, moving out to institutions abroad. But this story, this transition has not been as easy or as smooth as it was in school education. The battle for common school education was lost before it was even fought. In higher education, the best institutions have always so far been, by and large, have been state institutions. And this is what the fight is about. The elite is not yet ready to let go of these institutions. Therefore, the forced opening up of these institutions with the 93rd Amendment and the extension of OBC reservations to these institutions simply provided access. But the peculiarity of higher education is such that it has a performative element. Simply getting access to the rooms where teaching is happening does not allow you to enter into the process of education. That entry, that inclusion into the process of, the full inclusion into the process of education is a social thing and is a relational thing. It involves the other side as well. You cannot unilaterally, either by law or by sheer will on your side, ensure inclusion. Inclusion requires a response from the other. This is precisely what Rohit Vemula was speaking of, and this is precisely what captured so many of us when he so eloquently mentioned the gap that separates pure formal inclusion or access from a full sense of social inclusion. How are we going to address this problem? I now have just 1 minute left. I'm not going to be talking very much about solutions. I will simply list the things we cannot continue to do. We cannot continue simply to point at school education as the source of our problems. Today, institutions in higher education have to address the fact, the undeniable fact, that we have to deal with a large number of first-generation learners who have educational deficits when they come to us. Secondly, we cannot simply keep addressing the state and talk in terms of more resources. We must continue to do both these things. Of course, school education is absolutely critical. More resources from the state are absolutely critical. But this is not the only thing we can keep doing today. And finally, we cannot keep on thinking, as we continue to do, to think of the weak student as an individual problem, as a problem that requires a remedial approach. The weak student, as much as the elite institution, is a structural phenomenon, and it demands a structural response. And I think that it is this response, this structural response, that is going to be the site, that is going to be the grounds where our own accountability as members of the system of higher education will be tested in the years to come. Thank you.
So nice that you were very brief, but you also touched the most vital part of the democratization process. Could be that the authoritarian trends in the universities are largely because we have not addressed how to democratize the curriculum, how to respond to these first generation students. And I think that led to tension, and the states is using that tension as a pretext to enter and make the system very authoritarian. I think this is one of the most important issues that perhaps we have to debate. Thank you, Satish. Now I request Jyoti Bhosale, School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru, passing through, I think, this entire, they are witnessing the crisis, right, in their university system.
Thank you, Professor Hargopal. And at the outset, I must thank the organizers because I'm not particularly into studying education as such, but we are all part of that process. So it was very hard for me to say an outright no as well to participate in this session. Thank you, Chirashri, and thank you, Professor Muzumdar, Surjit Muzumdar. All right. The topic that I'm going to discuss with you today is, very generally titled as What Happens When Education is Commodified. Okay, and why I've thought of thinking about this is also because I do happen to go to some of the discussions, protests around these issues. But generally, we see that some things are being discussed and some things may not be adequately discussed. And therefore, I feel that, there is still a huge possibility of talking in terms of what commodification of education can do. Okay, so what is that is generally discussed? We do say that, privatization commodifies education. Now that is central, all right. But generally, the discussion that leads that ends up saying that it is problematic because it makes it more expensive. And therefore, it's your purchasing power that, decides the accessibility to such kind of an education. All right. So now, I might want to say that there is definitely much more that can be said apart from that aspect. Okay, then this thing is already also brought out that, because it is expensive, it becomes expensive, it also has social consequences. So it's not just poor in terms of economic terms, but also the socio-economic sections, backward sections, who will be adversely affected because not necessarily that they not only cannot buy, but also because these private institutions will not adhere to the norms of affirmative action. All right. So I'm definitely not making claims of saying something new. Okay, I'm trying to put things in a perspective, and I was just focusing on this aspect of commodification of education. As has already been said, see, commodifying of education simply means that this kind of education is produced not for a public good, but for the purposes of the market. Okay, what does that mean? That simply means that education then is brought in the purview of, the market principles of competition and profit maximization. All right. So this has it's not just this. There is this huge ideological accompaniment to it, and this accompaniment is largely a rhetoric of increase in choice. So generally, when we privatize education, there is this ideological rhetoric that, your available choices will increase. All right, so it's important to see both the things together. Now, once it is produced for the market, so what? The point is, once that happens, then we can see that education which does not display market compatibility constantly gets undermined. And that which can temporarily show market compatibility gets valorized. All right? So it gets additional attention than perhaps that which can be sold. Okay? And it's produced more and more. All right? So basically, if you look at, Thomas Piketty, he was saying once, I think in Frontline, that across the globe, when we think of economics as a discipline of study, within economics, economic thought has been constantly undermined, and it's econometrics that has actually gained the attention of the larger market. All right? And, within sciences also, we can see this, that at the cost of physical sciences, we have life sciences these days picking up. When we say that privatization of education also affects the quality of education, it's not simply this factor that it constantly, undermines something and overemphasizes something. but there is something else to it. Say, for example, commodification or capitalism, like it or not, it has this wonderful potential to it. And that potential is this, that, you know, it can actually horizontalize or bring on a platform something that was not earlier. Okay, I mean, say for example, why should a professor's skills be rated highly from, say, artisan skills? Okay, we lived in a hierarchical society so far, but then this commodification of education, it has the full potential to bring, say, poets, musicians, intellectuals, hairdressers, fashion designers, interior designers on a level playing field. Well, while I'm saying this, I'm actually borrowing from a particular theory, labor theory of value, where because, you know, you're producing for the market, it's not the use value that becomes very important, but it's the other value or the exchange value, right? So there is this potential, okay, of bringing on par different kinds of capacities that people can have. But this is just a farce. It is not so. It does not operate so, because if you think a little beyond, what happens is that along with this horizontalization of different possible, capacities of human beings, you see that within these disciplines there will be verticalization. Okay, say now, for example, this is sometimes called as vocationalization, but if you look at literature on vocationalization also, I think much more can be said on vocationalization of education as well. So what happens then is, actually, if you think, say, for example, of what has happened to a profession of ophthalmologist or dentistry over a period of time, it's not the same experience. If you were to visit a dentist 15 years ago or 10 years ago, and now you visit a dentist, you see that he is doing his activities in a fairly different way than he or she used to do earlier. So what is this differentiation about? So as I said, that if you actually think about it, say for example, take this course on fashion designing. You have various sub-disciplines, okay? So one maybe got to do with more theoretical aspects, all right, a conceptualization and so on. But there will be other sub-disciplines such as, you know, dyeing, cutting of cloth, or say sales aspect of that particular job and so on. So this division cannot be controlled, okay? And if we look at the labor theory of value, it's also that you end up specializing everything. You're not only dividing them, but you become a specialist in dyeing alone. You may not be a fashion designer in the complete sense. You end up having a specialization within a profession, all right? So, but the problem, what then is the problem? See, it is a vertical ordering. It's not horizontal, okay? So the mental skills or abstraction or conceptualization is again actually going to be at the top, and that which includes application-oriented skills, you know, like dyeing, like cutting, for example, or sales, okay? That is again, hierarchically ordered. So the potential to bring, different capacities on par is definitely there, but you see that we have introduced again different kind of an ordering. All right, it's not the same ordering that existed, say, in a pre-commodified of commodification of education kind of an arena, but this is a different kind of an ordering. All right, so So
you have another 2 minutes.
all right. So once this kind of an ordering happens between more abstract kinds of activities and more applied kind of activities, that the biggest danger is that which constitutes the applied. There is high tendency of that to become more mechanized. All right. So basically then what happens is there is this thing that actually the more you mechanize, the more unemployment. All right. So basically this whole thing about Skill India and all this, it's all about de-skilling and actually making people more unemployed. So that connection cannot be, de-alienated. So also in terms of, the social repercussions of commodification of education. So we know that the affirmative action aspect, is well spoken about. I'm not going to say on that. The point is that these social repercussions of commodification of education cannot be delineated from the larger processes of privatization, which are not necessarily of education per se. All right, think about the movement of Patidars in Gujarat and Marathas in Maharashtra, or so the point is, what I'm trying to say is that there is this entire tendency within this kind of a capitalism to actually reproduce caste in particular ways. All right. And therefore, for our politics, it becomes even more difficult as to how to deal with this tendency. Now, say in JNU, the kind of reception that BAPSA or, the vote share that a political organization, a students' organization was able to get, what explains that? Is it just that these students feel alienated from amongst the existing students' union or the general university fraternity? Is it just that, or is it the larger social repercussions of what is happening around us? Thank you.
Yeah, I think while Satish was talking about democratization of social relations and how do we negotiate with the first generation children in the most democratic way, I think she raised the two important questions. One is commodification of education and hierarchization of knowledge within the university system. Both are, in a way, undemocratic trends, and she explained Nehru University. Yeah. They have all young people. It's very interesting.
Thank you so much, Professor. It's good to be back to school, actually, because once you are passed out from the school, then it's difficult to be back to school again. So I really congratulate and thanks the organizer for taking this decision to organize this program here at this place. We do speak among students in protest, in political activities and programs, but we rarely get opportunity to speak before such a seminar or conference in front of our teachers who teach us in classrooms and all, except our MPhil presentation or PhD submission and all these things. So it's a nice experience. Yesterday, me and Umar is also present here. So we are in a confusion. We are in a confusion to discuss about the topic, that what to speak tomorrow, because it is a difficult question. We cannot go there and give a political speech because it is an academic seminar. So you have to be little bit a seminar, academic. At least you have to sound like a an academician. So we are in this confusion. So for the first time, two political activists, we decided to sit together for hours to read something. And for the first time, for 2 hours, we did not talk each other, and we read something for this seminar today. So we have practiced this. Who make education policy for us are the people who have relationship with anything in the world, but not with the education itself. If you ask me a question, where are you studying at? Then I will answer that I am studying at Jawaharlal Nehru University. I am doing my PhD there in political science. Despite the fact that last year JNU was projected as one of the universities which is den of anti-national and all these things. But if you ask the same question to our ex-education minister, Smriti Irani, then you don't get this answer, that where did you study or what is your educational qualification. So this is the question. The people who make education policy for us are the people who have nothing to do with education. If you ask this same question to our Prime Minister, then your charge, the MHRD charge, will be scrapped from you. So this is the reality. The destruction of higher education and the destruction of the public funded universities is not new. It is not started in recent year or 2 or 3 years. As Professor Anil Sadgopal, who is present here, he writes that the destruction, deformation and sellout of education is started in past 2 decades, 2 or 3 decades. So it's not new. One thing is new to our education system is that now there are more education institutes which are emerging. Now the enrollment rate is high, it is true, but this is one of the positive part of the picture, that there is high enrollment number and the education institutes which are growing up every day. But the bad part is, the bad news is, which Professor Satish Deshpande also says, that it happens, the rate is higher in private institutes than the public funded universities or institutes. So this thing we have seen in past few decades, that there are continuous attempts to sell out the public funded education and universities. Now there is a debate of caste in universities because the enrollment of the first age learners, the enrollment of the first age learners in higher education institution and the rate of these students who are from deprived sections, it is high. So because it is important, because few days back or a few years ago, if we compare the scenario, then it was something else. The students who were from marginalized sections, they were not getting opportunity at all to get into the public funded universities. And when I say public funded universities, the people who fund the universities by their taxes, I'm saying about that. So the enrollment number of the students from the marginalized section, it is high. And the debate on caste and the debate on caste discrimination and exploitation and exclusion is now, the rate is also higher, because few years ago, if we see the situation, and still the argument is coming, and it is also given, the argument is given that now the caste practices which are happening in the ancient India, now it is not existed in the modern civilized India. The kind of caste practices which are happening in the rural India, now it is vanished. It is not existed in the so-called progressive institution or modern institution. But the Rohit Vemula incident, which is referred by the previous speaker, it proves that the kind of caste practices which were happening in rural India or the so-called uncivilized India is still existed in the so-called civilized society. What happens if there is a conflict between an upper caste family or a lower caste family in a village? The first thing which is happened to the lower caste family is that they are socially boycotted. The second thing which happens with the lower caste family is that they are prohibited from the public spaces. You can say it is the temple, you can say it is the pond which is existing in the rural, in the village, or you can say the public spaces. The same thing was repeated with Rohit Vemula and 4 of his friends in Hyderabad Central University. They were socially boycotted. They are excluded from their hostels. And this fact proved that the caste practices which is there in our society, it is still existed at present in the so-called progressive institutions and democratic institutions. And even after Rohit, the matter does not end there. After Rohit Vemula, we have seen how these cases, before Rohit, it was also there, and after Rohit, it is also there. After Rohit Vemula, students from Patna University, Arts and Craft College, Nitish, who also tried to take his life because of this discrimination by the institute. And after that, we have seen in IFLU, 5 students from marginalized background, they were sentenced for 6 months imprisonment by a court for complaining against a teacher for being casteist biased against the students. After that, there is a recent incident in Ambedkar School of Bihar, where a student called Dika, who was also murdered in the same manner, which was institutionally murder. Rohit Vemula was murdered in last year. Delta Magwal case is also there. And recently, in Jawaharlal Nehru University, 9 students from marginalized sections, they were also suspended for protesting what? Protesting for and demanding for social justice to reduce the Vayavasa issue, which is there. So all these things are there. But the thing is that at present, against all kind of this discrimination, or what we say, the kind of practices which is in the institutes, these things are not going unnoticed. It is registered and it is pointed out by students, and it is questioned. Few days last year, when there was this JNU movement, so the question which was asked to the JNU community, that the students and the teachers of JNU, they are anti-national, and why was this question was asked? Because the kind of environment, the kind of campus democracy, the kind of environment which is built up in universities such like JNU, we rarely find in other places in India, because when we say that we are living in an age of fee hike and there is constantly an attack on universities. So JNU has registered itself as a university which projects itself as a role model, because when we say private universities, and with the fee structures of the private university, if you start from, if you start, then it goes like 2 lakh, 2.5 lakhs, 3 lakhs, all these things. But if I say the admission fees of Jawaharlal Nehru University, it is for every student only 275 rupees, then it will be really surprising. So this thing is there, and there are also internal mechanisms inside JNU for which there is continuously attack, like the deprivation points which Professor Madhu Prasad talked about. The deprivation points to students who are from marginalized sections, gender deprivation points, all these mechanisms are there. And because of this, the continuous attacks on the public funded university like JNU is happening continuously. So now it's the responsibility of all educationists or students, particularly who have got this advantage to be in this movement to save higher education or to ensure right to education for all, to point out this thing and to raise this question that what kind of education we are projecting for the society like India, and the society which is extremely, of course, it is patriarchal and casteist. So what kind of education we are going to provide? So this question is there. So now it's time. Before a few days there was this demonetization issue. So the planning of demonetization and to make our society cashless, it was a failure. So now it's time to make our society really not cashless but cashless. So it is a real time, and we have to take this challenge and we have to take this responsibility. And people who have got this advantage and people who are fighting for the rights of everyone. So I will not speak much. I will try. I will confine here, and I will end my speech here. And thanks for this opportunity once again.
Thank you, Ramanaga. I think being an activist, I think academic means not being irrelevant. Academic does mean being relevant. So you say that you should not sound like an academic, but there are academics who are also activists, and activism and academic, I think it has to go together, because that's the situation now arrived. No teacher can afford to be just an academic because the system is being swallowed. But I think he brought out the feudal relations in rural India, and how he calls it as civilized or whatever, but how feudal relations are getting into urban, and even relations in universities are getting feudalized. I think he narrated the experience of his own university. But Jawaharlal Nehru University has been on the radar of Sangha Parivar right from the day they got the power this time. And no less a person than RSS chief made a specific comment on JNU that it's an anti-national university. So the magnitude of the problem, the seriousness of the problem is that it's not the government or somebody made, but somebody who really matters, where today the power is in Nagpur and not in Delhi. But from Nagpur the statement came that JNU is a very, very dangerous place from their point of view. That's the reason why JNU has become a specific case for all of us, and how to protect JNU has become very important for protecting even the other universities in the country. Now I request Ardra Surendran, School of Development Studies, TIS.
I thank the chair and the organizers for this opportunity. I'm going to, as a large part of my brief today is to speak about transitions that are happening in the private university division within the range of discussions. And I'm speaking specifically in the capacity of having taught for about a year in one specific location of this kind in Pune, in Maharashtra. And I'm really, the best set of things I'm doing here is sharing with you the empirical nitty-gritty of private sector higher education, which the larger trends and shifts in which we all seem to be aware of. But I guess it's useful for us to also know what the actual workings of the process of providing education within private university locations are. So I'm definitely in broad agreement with the thrust of the colloquium and the larger structural shifts that have been indicated. So I'm not going to reiterate any of that. And please see my submissions purely in the spirit of empirical detail in terms of what's happening in private university higher education division. Now I begin with the submission that we acknowledge explicitly, I'm sure it exists tacitly, that there is great diversity even within private sector education provision. The spectrum extends from, and the presence of my colleague who is a union leader from the All Kerala Private Teachers Association is testimony to the fact that there exists great diversity within the provision of private education, both at the level of faculty and at the level of students. We also are witnessing within the context of Kerala at least, great turmoil around the death of Jishnu, a student who went to a private engineering college and so on and so forth. So, the larger submission is that there may be possibilities of organization maybe at one end of private sector education provision, but unfortunately I am choosing to focus on, based on my own experience, at the other end of private sector education provision, which is which belongs to the section of the elite, the most elite sections within with the idea of private sector education provision. So, in terms of the impact of students, I'm going to reiterate a lot of generalities, but I think they're worth reiterating anyway. We are talking about students who are paying on an average a minimum of 3 or 3.5 lakh rupees a year to get an undergraduate education. And so it's very obvious that classrooms are fairly monochromatic. Despite the fact that there is formal adherence to provisions of reservation and so on and so forth, you end up looking at extremely monochromatic classrooms in terms of representation. So that is one thing, and the implementation of codes of conduct which students sign when they get in, and so on and so forth, ensures that there is no violation of a tacit agreement as to what your job is as a student when you enter any of these institutions. The scholarships that exist are very minimal. They are not means cum merit scholarships. They are almost exclusively always merit scholarships, and they are at best tuition fee waiver for a semester. So one is really not talking about diversity in terms of students entering these kind of contexts. There are, to the best of my knowledge, student representative bodies of any kind that exist are mostly nominated. There are no elections. They are called student councils. They're not called student unions in most contexts. And almost all of them, I did a little survey in the context of my presentation here, have compulsory faculty representation. They are permanent faculty, and directors of the institutes are permanent invitees to all student representative body meetings. So even the range of issues that can be raised or that would be raised by the particular section of students that we are looking at, within the existence of these constraints is very, one can imagine what the range could be. Now, the other thing is that the course structure in most of these institutions involves, and I guess we all agree that it particularly caters to a very specific section of the upwardly mobile Indian middle class, to cater to whose demands this entire sector of education has come up. It involves massive exchange programs, so there is no, you're not permanently resident in any one part. If you could do 1 year in the university, you would have to do 3 years here. And students are constantly in the process of trying to get in to the good books of faculty who are in the nominating committees of these things, because the point of education now is to end up smart at the end of this, right? So if you're a smart student, you will not talk idealistically in class, you will make all the right pragmatic statements, you will get into the best exchange possibilities, and you will finish your degree with having at least 2 exchange opportunities, 2 semesters in 2 universities located in the United States or in Europe at the end of your degree. So, I mean, the larger point I'm trying to make is that, of course, there are no unions, and the fact that there is no union seems like an inane point to make in the context of private sector education. But I would like to share with you something that specifically struck me, which is that social science education, in particular, because that is my training, for a lot of students who come from, so to speak, elite, backgrounds, has at least played the role of providing a certain sense of the extent of inequality that is there. They learn part of it from classrooms, the other part, from my experience, comes from your existence in public universities, your existence in the middle of struggles, your existence with a diverse bunch of students. Now, in the absence of all of these, what ends up happening to social science education is that, you are equipped enough to talk so intelligibly and intellectually in another, probably foreign university context about inequalities in India, but there is practically no commitment or participation on your side, which is the ideal result of a social science education, to contribute in any sense to movements. So we increasingly, it's very interesting how that plays out in a context. I was teaching a course on urban studies in one of my classrooms, and which is my second point that I want to raise today. And I happened to mention Charles in Mumbai. This was an introduction to Indian urban structure and urban inequality and so on and so forth. And one student asked the other, both Indian students, what are Charles? And the other student, who was just back from a vacation in Brazil, responded by saying they are like favelas, right? So, my submission is that we are creating students of a particular section of the Indian middle class who are looking at careers in the development sector, who are looking at careers as being do-gooders, as wanting to make change in the world, etc., without any real experience or without any real need to feel or understand the experience of inequality in India. So they're all gearing up for careers in international NGOs, and so on and so forth, with no formal understanding of how inequality plays out in local contexts. And the related, my second submission for today is a development that I would like to invite your attention to, which is the emergence of the liberal arts education model, particularly within the private sector in the country. As we speak, there are 6 colleges that provide undergraduate degrees in the liberal arts model. What this means is, it is the 4-year undergraduate program in its spirit was the model that was defeated was in spirit this kind of a model where students pick and choose subjects and design their undergraduate degree. Essentially, you pick the combinations of majors and minors that you want to do, and these degree programs are particularly catered specifically again in the interest of a very, very tiny minority of the Indian middle class. They are 3+1 year programs directly tying into the 4-year undergraduate programs that exist in the United States. Or other elite metropolitan locations, and the curriculum design and the levels of tie-up that exist between foreign universities and these education providing universities ensures that students are doing courses that are co-designed and co-taught by a number of different faculty from a number of different world locations, all of whom expect our students to cater, their course requirements in extremely fragmented sort of senses. So if you're doing if you're doing an undergraduate education in anthropology, for instance, half your course is taught by a university location in the United States, the other half is taught by university location in, let's say, Switzerland or Finland, and the introductory lectures are provided by essentially your teacher who's supposed to sort of educate you about anthropological realities within the Indian social structure. So I broadly had these 2 submissions, and my closing submission is that I think this is extremely alarming in one sort of creating a trend out of social science education. So a lot of the liberal arts colleges are coming up by saying that in a market where a lot of elite students prefer to study management or prefer to study professional courses, here we are teaching them the humanities and the social sciences. But what is actually happening is at best a certain kind of museumization of Indian inequalities, which our students will talk about just to show that they're rooted in certain sense when they actually are not. Right? So I thought I should use this opportunity to invite your attention to this particular phenomenon that is happening. And lastly, as faculty, there are a whole range of limitations that exist. Of course, the issue of lack of opportunity, etc., ensures that a lot of students who are trained, so to speak, in progressive traditions and from public universities, etc., are then forced to then restrict themselves to these models and not encourage the spirit of critical thinking or the spirit of inquiry and willingly or otherwise become part of this whole process of what I would now call museumization of Indian inequalities. Thank you for your time.
I think what questions Ardra raised is, it is the critical inquiry that is encouraged in one form or the other in the public institutions. That is posing a threat to the neoliberal regime. The neoliberalism, is fears that somewhere the questioning will come from these institutions. If these institutions are subverted, then I think it becomes easy for the rulers to push through reforms. I think it's not only that, in India we have done this. I recently read one article that how American universities have been destroyed. Because even in American, they were finding American universities big problem because after Vietnam episode, I think gradually they have destroyed the public institutions or the institutions of higher learning in US. And when Saddam Hussein was hanged, there was no protest in any American university. The same university which fought against American invasion of Vietnam, but the university which was silent when somebody invaded a nation and hanged the head of the state, and universities were silent. That's how neoliberalism, wants to silence critical inquiry, critical questioning all over the world, because it is, I would say, it's an anti-people. Now I request Olina. She is the president of All Kerala Private College Teachers Association. I think we have a very interesting speaker in the midst of us, and all of us are talking about privatization and, in a way against privatization. We have somebody to say what happens in private institutions. Olina, 10 minutes.
Thank you, Professor Hargopal. Yes, I am coming from Kerala. There are so many self-financing colleges, private colleges, and you all knows about the Jishnu, the name Jishnu. While we are living in India, such an India, where there is a lot of self-financing colleges than in America or any other developing countries. Now we are sitting and standing in Tamil Nadu. Among Indian states, Tamil Nadu came first with total number of self-financing colleges. While we are living in India, such an India, there is economic emergency is prevailing, where there is cultural emergency is prevailing. In such a crucial situation, we have to historize everything. We have to historize every moment. we have to historize each and every step of education, especially moments in higher education. So, I wish to put forward some history about the structural parameters of higher education, because so many school students are sitting in front of me. I have to put forward some points here, actually 10 points. For the last 25 years, I'm teaching, I'm writing through Malayalam. Pardon me for reading my points. If necessary, I can explain. The structural parameters of higher education in India were laid down during the colonial period. We all know that. Modern Indian education should not involve the continuation of traditional Indian education system. It can be concluded that colonial modernity created a break or a rupture between the past and the present of educational practices in India. That's my first point. It's a break or a rupture between the present and past of educational practices in India. Nowadays, there are various arguments put forward by RSS and other agencies in India. So, I put forward this point as a crucial point, a break or a rupture between past and the present. Next is objectives of colonial education agenda, that also we all know, were limited to certain administrative necessities. Especially we know that Macaulay's minutes, Macaulay clearly spells out the necessity of creating the class of middlemen between the ruler and the ruled, between the colonizer and the colonized. The two terms are prevailed today itself. Therefore, the universal aims and objectives of education does not apply in the colonial situation. We know that. The form, content, structure and nature of transaction often bear a distinctive colonial mark. Agendas like nation building, that word is very important today itself. Agendas like nation building, democratic exchange of ideas upholding the secular spirit, gender sensitized programs or ideas, or generation of knowledge do not apply in a colonial situation. Therefore, it is not sufficient to say that structural parameters of modern education in India were imported from the West. I once again said that point. It is not sufficient to say that structural parameters of modern education in India were imported from the West. Actually, the Western models were never directly imported to India. On the other hand, what was important here was an inverted structure or the other structure of what was going on in Europe. I must once again say that it is an inverted structure or a third structure of what was going on in Europe. The argument that Western education practices were directly imported to India does not hold water. On the other hand, the Indian education system is a distinctive system which was structured around colonial needs and requirements. This thing also prevails in other forms in higher education in India. It is easy enough to see that the way which the universities were constituted in India. That's my second point. How the universities, from 1857, how the universities are constituted in India. In Wood's dispatch, it's in 1854, had recommended the setting up of the universities, the real aim of which was to obtain the control of numerous tertiary institutions, tertiary education institutions that had sprung up throughout India in the first half of 19th century. That all history, we know that. Therefore, it can be concluded that the original aim of the colonial universities or the original aim of the universities started in 1857 was not to generate knowledge but to control those institutions which were engaged in the transaction of knowledge throughout throughout India or all over India. The next question I have to put forward here is, why were the new universities set up in India in 1857 modeled London University? At that time, Oxford University and Cambridge universities are well placed at that time also. Why the universities are modeled London University? This was because at that time, London University was an affiliating university, the structure which was considered as useful for controlling the education system in India. An affiliating university, London University was an affiliating university at that time. It is for the colonial legacy they want to prevail at that time. That colonial legacy is still very powerful. It still continues to influence the content of modern education in India. We all know that this was the nature and the structure of all universities and institutions before freedom. But after independence, there were attempted efforts to convert and modify the content of education in India, but the structure remains the same. You know that. If you examine the education system from Zakir Hussain report, that all we know that from Zakir Hussain report that's on 1948 to the second new education policy in 1985, almost 40 years of slow and steady process of nation building in higher education. The term nation building is was there throughout all the documents up to 1845. Therefore, the colonial structures were replicated throughout the country. The affiliation system became a natural norm. The categorization of disciplines which was imposed by the colonial leaders remained untouched. Of course, there was a proliferation of institutions in higher education throughout India during this period, but these institutions were faded copies of the colonial models. There were attempts to address the disparities like gender disparity, social disparity, economic disparity, caste disparity, minority disparity, but since there was no structural changes, that is the fifth point I have to say, but since there was no structural changes as such, these attempted reforms failed miserably. Ever since the 1990s, onslaught of neoliberal policies, the LPG policies, had completely destroyed the concerns regarding equity, access and quality or excellence. The LPG policies and policy statement beginning with the Ambani-Birla report, we know that the famous Ambani-Birla report had not addressed the questions regarding equity, access and quality. Basic sciences and humanities were abandoned in favor of these courses which were commonly viable. The number of institutions offering courses in technology and applied sciences in India was increased in these days. I had to say the LPG policies have completely destroyed the structural components of Indian education system which were painstakingly built in the decades after independence. The seventh point I have to say here that LPG policies, they have completely destroyed the structural components of Indian education system which were painstakingly built in the decades after independence. The new structures that have emerged after 90s have been put in the place as per the requirements of a neoliberal society that does not address the that does not bother about the great and the lofty ideals of education. That this structure continues to be anti-democratic, anti-women, anti-intellectual, anti-poor. That process is continued. By completing my paper, I have to say something about the structural revamping of higher education. We want a thorough structural revamping is needed. That is from curriculum to the built environment of higher education in India, from policy making to the governance or university governance itself. What is needed is not to merely quantitative increase in women access, presence in higher education, but their substantive representation and contribution in higher education sector. Thank you.
Yeah, I think she raised a very structural questions and the colonial hangover on the structure, and she thinks without certain structural changes, it would be very difficult for Indian higher education to be sensitive to the questions of deprivation. Now I think I'll ask Rama to monitor my time. I'll just take about 5-7 minutes and just remind me. Now friends, once you ask somebody to chair, you are asking somebody to perform a police function. It's literally how to maintain the time, because each speaker has their own, idea of logic, and they would like to complete the argument. I would only like to draw the attention of the House that there are two major attacks on Indian higher education, perhaps education as such. One is from the Hindu fundamentalism, other is the imperialism. Now, how does one negotiate the two powerful challenges? One, global capital, other is the Hindu fundamentalism. Now, the question is that I keep arguing with right-wing politics in my state, Telangana. The TV channel debates keep on, and it's also very interesting logic they develop. One of the MLAs of BJP, he's a Vishwa Hindu Parishad, I'm almost close to Vishwa Hindu Parishad. And on a TV channel, when we had a debate, I asked him that since you talk of patriotism and nationalism, and you think that's your prerogative, that you have a monopoly of patriotism, why are you not opposed to the foreign universities entering India? Because I understand patriotism, nationalism as a nation having sovereign power, having control over resources, control over its own destiny. Now, why do you want foreign universities? Now, he says we need foreign university because we need foreign exchange. This is a very interesting logic. We need foreign exchange. I said, why do you need foreign exchange? He said, we have to buy weapons. And why do you need weapons? To fight terrorism. This is the logic. Now, I can't even understand this logic of terrorism being tackled through foreign exchange and foreign weapons. And that's why you need the foreign universities. This entire, in other words, the Hindu fundamentalist forces do not have a logic, do not have a substantive argument for, against the foreign university, and therefore they have invented a perverse logic of inviting foreign universities. Now, the tension obviously in the education system is that once a global capital made the dent and they started entering, irrespective of the political parties. I am saying irrespective of the political parties. You go to any state ruled by any political party, during the last 2 decades, systematically they have dismantled the institutions. No recruitment, position being vacant. I went to Rajasthan, and there is a zero faculty in communication department, zero faculty, Rajasthan language. You go to Udaipur, you go to any place in India, to go any state. Since, NAC and, UGC earlier used to take me to these places, and, the situation is very bad. Whether it is Uttar Pradesh, whether Rajasthan, whether it is any part of India. Now, no political party today thinks that higher education is an important priority. No political party. That, I think, is a big tragedy. That means there is a political consensus on the model of development, and how do we tackle that? Although our problem has become far more serious because the entire rise of Hindu fundamentalism, we are feeling the heat. We have not felt the heat of a global capital entering, but we started feeling the heat because whatever little democratic space was there in the university, that is being scuttled. And since that is being subverted, suddenly we started feeling, when recruitment stopped, when the positions were not filled, we have not debated as seriously as we are debating today, because we are losing our democratic space, but institutions are already weakened considerably. And then, you are talking of the Indian universities competing with foreign universities and all that. And Kapil Sibal was so committed to the foreign universities idea that in 2012, All India Vice Chancellor Conference, which I also attended, I was asked to head the panel on equity and justice with 17 Vice Chancellors in our panel. And Kapil Sibal comes and inaugurates the All India Vice Chancellor Conference and says that yesterday an American university president came and he asked me, when is the foreign university bill coming in the parliament? And he said, I had to hang my head in shame before this nation will not progress. And second comment he made is that he has two headaches. One is the Delhi University, other is the Jawaharlal Nehru University. And what is the problem of Delhi University? He said they are not accepting semester system, and Jawaharlal Nehru University is not accepting foreign collaboration. A Minister of Higher Education of India, 400 Vice Chancellors are sitting, these were his concerns. Then comes the new government. And the problem of the new government is that the university itself is their problem, because it's a critical space and all that. And subversion of institution for Hindu fundamentalists is as much needed as for the global capital. And I think two forces joined together to subvert the institution, not only universities, they have now subverting Reserve Bank, University Grants Commission, CSIR, all, important institutions. Now, an institution like Reserve Bank is being subverted. Subversion of institutions is a part of the rise of fascism. And as a part of that, we are all facing the challenge from on the one hand, the global capital, on the other hand, Hindu fundamentalists. But I have a feeling that Jawaharlal Nehru University, University of Hyderabad, all these universities, there is also resistance. Rohit Vemala episode also brought out that how the students are resisting. And when the Vice Chancellor decided that they will not have any meetings, open meetings and all that, and the student came to me and said, sir, what do we do? I said, I don't mind coming, even if there is a ban on the public meeting. Since I know the security fellows, because I worked there 2.5 decades, and I know the police commissioner, in all possibility I will not be arrested. And they can cause that. I went and a huge student turned out. There is a defiance. JNU have not given in. The university students, I think the youth of this country, there is something vibrant about them. And I think it is a fitness of thing that All India Women's Association has taken up higher education or the education on their agenda. I think is an important development. That now we are concerned, the gender question, patriarchy and the deprival and denial of the dignity and the equality for women. Now it also has brought in the fascism and the imperialism onto our agenda, because somewhere patriarchy and these powerful Hindu fundamentalists and imperialism and patriarchy, they go together. The struggle has become much larger. But since the struggle has become a larger, I think there are different forces which have to join together. And I think it is a time that all the democratic forces join together, and All India Forum for Right to Education is trying to mobilize the people. And as I think somebody pointed out, that it is a time that all of us at different levels, whatever might be the level, we have to go to people. We have to go to the people. There is no option. And society, as I think it is said, that the function of knowledge is to clarify to the society its confused experience. I think it is the confused experience of the society that has to be clarified, and I think it is the function of all of us as to mobilize the public opinion and democratize. Unless we have a huge, massive public opinion, rural, deprived and marginalized section, it is very difficult to protect our democratic space. And I think it is in that spirit you have invited three of us from the Presidium of All India Forum for Right to Education. We thank the All India Women's Association for inviting us, and we also appeal to the association that please extend whatever way you can extend the support to the struggle that we have been trying to build at the grassroots level and bringing the from Gandhians to the Maoists. I mean, our organization has a huge range of people. I think that struggle has to be strengthened. That's only the way higher education in this country can be saved and education as such can be saved. I mean, this comments, I thank organizers. I think we have one more small presentation I wanted to say before Priya speaks. There is one respondent, Priya. She has to make a comment, very brief comment about maybe 3-4 minutes. Priya, please come. She has not come? Yeah, Lakshmi Priya, I mean, of course.
Good afternoon. In fact, I would like to add a few comments on the idea or the concept of gender justice within the structure of higher education. But before going on to that, I would like to make a clarification in relation to the presentations made here. There was a reference to the All Kerala Private College Teachers Association, shortly known as AKPCTA. I am also a representative of that association, and both Adra and the chair made a reference to that, and I guess that you have a slight misunderstanding. You have misread the private in that as private. I mean, our common enemy, the present day common enemy of privatization of private. But I would like to correct that. It doesn't mean private. It actually means unaided. Because, and if you ask me why then the term private in the title, I would like to clarify that. It is a history, because the history of the organization goes back to 1958 when it began, and you know Kerala was Travancore, Cochin, Malabar. There was so many geographical disparity, and the organization or the association has a history of evolution. And at that point of time, there was no aided colleges. It was just government-run colleges on the one side and the private management-run colleges on the other side. And so that was how the term originated. So it actually means aided. It is not private in the sense of private. Okay, that is a clarification. And she is our state president. Okay, now coming to the topic, the idea of gender justice. You all know what the idea of gender justice means, and I would just like to share 2 or 3 points. That is, Kerala, especially when as I said, I represent Kerala, and Kerala, you know, is well known for the idea of development, or Kerala model of development, both in education and health sector. But coming, it has a long history from Kerala Renaissance to the present, and coming to the present condition, we have girl students outnumbering boys in almost all areas of education in the state. And that can't be taken as a paradigm or a major shift of development of Kerala, because if you go into a deep critique, you can find a deep layer, a very sensitive layer underneath. Because as I said, girl students outnumber boys in most of the courses from primary level to PhD level. That is a fact. But if you scrutinize in a very micro level, you can see that there are some courses like UG, PG, MPhil and PhD where girls outnumber boys. That's right. But again, there are some other courses like career-oriented courses, short-term certificate courses. Those courses which directly link education to work, education to survival, education to finding a means of living, you have boys outnumbering girls. So how do these two or many different identities or many different genders, both male, female, when I say gender, it in a plural sense, it is actually different kinds of sexualities that I talk about, not just the binary, male and female, but transgenders and other sexualities. So how do they conceive the idea of education? How do a male, or how do a boy, or how do a girl conceive the idea of education? For the girls, girls mostly, I think, they actually take education as an act of learning, a kind of consumption. They don't use it as a site for production. Higher education, as all of us know, it is a site of production where we have to produce knowledge, new kinds of knowledge. But girls in our state, I think they just consume. And education is objectified. Girls see it as an education is objectified in the sight of girls' education. But whereas the boys, the education is directly linked to survival and finding a way of life. So that is a very important critique that we have to address, because that doesn't, it should be an eye-opener, because there is the statistics where you see girls outnumbering boys. All the statistics shows that we have so many girls. But that is not the fact. The workforce constitutes only 24% in the state, whereas the girls in higher education is 71%. The workforce is just 24%. So that is one point. Then again, as a continuation of what Sir said, the Chair said, in the present neoliberal situation, we have to link, especially in India, we have to link the neoliberalism and the state-sponsored religious fundamentalism or revival. That is what is actually happening. And in such a situation, the social justice will be affected, and gender justice will be the most to be affected in such a scenario. And again, you know, women is not a heterogeneous, it's not a homogeneous entity, it is a heterogeneous entity. You have class, caste, rural, urban, so many different kinds of identities coming to make gender or constituting gender. So all these will be affected in such a binary or such a double demarcated or multiple demarcated situation. And again, one more point, that is the working of women's committees, women's cells in colleges. Right from 1968 education policy, you can find that there is a reference that in all the colleges we need to introduce women's cells or women's studies units. But we know it is not a reality. It has not become a reality in most of the colleges, and even if it is there as a body, it is not functioning properly. So that is something that we should see or take as a self-critique, because only through proper functioning we can come out with better results or better empowerment. And we should also overcome the culture of silence, because even a girl student comes with a complaint, you just compromise. You have career with compromises, you have culture of compromises everywhere. So you have to move out of that. And I would like to end by saying that we have so many policies. We have multiple policies right from and even before independence. We have so many policies of development, dreams and ideas of development, but we have never put them into practice. And we should have a shift from policies to practice. Thank you.
Now, it is said that action is the accomplishment of knowledge, and knowledge is the fruit of action. So she wants something to practice. Arnest tell me that we have about 10 minutes for question answer session. Now I request the house to raise question. Ask anybody individually. Tell that to whom the question is addressed.
Thank you. I found something interesting which Professor Satish Deshpande said while concluding, and which is what we find there is a contradiction of what we practice in JNU. You have talked about the first generation learner. You have talked about the structural discriminations that are persisting in our society. But you have also said that, you know, the remedial approach is not enough. But when we are talking about the structural discrimination, I think we need to also talk about the means to fight those structural discrimination. And remedial approach is one of them which I felt and which we practice also in our university. It's precisely because we see in higher educational institutions, there is a large section of dropouts which happens. And if we don't have any sort of mechanism like remedial approach, it becomes difficult to even fight those structural discrimination. And the second thing that I want to talk about, you have said that, you know, of course the larger ownership should be upon the higher educational institutions, but I slightly disagree on the fact that, you know, there is a point of harping on the school education, which probably our government and nobody is taking seriously. The school education, the primary education is the basis. As Professor Anil Sadgopal was saying towards the end of his speech about showing the data of how many people actually make it to the higher education. It's very less. The number, the percentage is very less. So until and unless we actually recognize the fact that we need to hop on the school education and primary education, I think most of what we are talking today would not be meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for an excellent set of presentations from this panel. Just a very brief, not a question so much, but as a comment to what Ardra was saying about your experience of teaching in TIS. I find a fairly similar experience I teach in IIT Madras, and we have this, it's a public university, autonomous public institution, as all the IITs are. But you find that with new studies that are aiming, new disciplines that are aiming to make the social sciences more marketable, for instance, like development studies, right? One finds a very similar dynamic at play, which is about, here you have a set of students who are being of course, one of the primary drivers of this kind of education is acquiring internships in various institutions. It's also furiously working on the self by picking up these internships, and it's also picking up the language of the social sciences in order to enhance your own employability in the NGO sector, in the policy think tank sector. So what you were talking about, museumizing inequalities, for instance, one finds echoes of that across public and private divides. That's just a comment that I wanted to add, not a question.
Hi, I'm actually asking this question as a student who's trying to understand the complexities of the higher education institutions in the country. And I think people from JNU could respond to this question. My question is, how does caste operate in JNU? And also, as a response to it, what are the kind of different student resistances that have come up in the recent times? Thank you.
It's just thinking aloud. When we are talking about structures of higher education, I was also thinking of this invisible structures, with the invisibility within these structures. For example, in academics, what I actually try to understand is this networking, what we do. It's very important. So when we do this networking, it has a kind of creating hierarchy within academics, I find, because most of the first timers who come from oppressed communities, women, tribal, Muslim women, when we enter the higher education institutes and when we attend conferences and many other things, networking plays a very important role, the social capital, which actually reinforces the social inequality. So I find conferences like many academic conferences to be both positive and negative, because it's also a place of networking where it is very hard for the first timers to swim the sea. And it's also possibility of entering into and understanding what's happening. So I think when we talk about structures, we should also introspect. It's like we spoke about lots of objective conditions, but within our academic community, what kind of structures operates, who gets to know who at what time, and the place where we are depends on, what you do. So those kinds of structures, because especially first timers who enter higher education, because higher education for women oppressed is very hard to reach, and who enters is really a challenge. And I also want to throw on certain ideas where we see certain institution itself has formed as an hegemony. For example, wherever we go hear about JNU, that itself has they are fighting larger structures, but it's also forming a kind of hegemony within state universities and all, because when students go, it's seen, this intellectual capacity is given, kind of the students who finish from JNU, but here it is always a question with other university students. So these kinds of structures which is invisible, which we don't speak about it, I think that can also be part of the structures which we discussed. Yeah, thank you.
Just a question to especially the social activist Ram Naga, because I quite admire him for his activism. There has been, we know JNU has been a democratic space. A lot of democratic upsurge happens there, which we do not see outside. But is it restricted to the students? But because when it comes to the teachers association, what has been their thing? Because we know the issue of representation among the teachers that is being discussed now is one of the prime issues. So historically, why there was no any deprivation points for the teachers when the recruitment was happening? What happened there? We need to kind of, like student union also maybe need to question the teacher association that we stop taking burden of your wrongdoings or something like that, and you need to answer these questions. Thank you.
Now I think I request Satish to respond. Each one would respond briefly, about a minute or so.
I don't mean to say that there should be nothing remedial done. I'm talking about the attitude that the term remedial itself invites. We should stop thinking of this problem as an exception. We should stop thinking of it as something outside the normative, something that requires something extra from us. What I'm trying to say is that this is the situation, the normal situation, the normative even situation of even elite institutions today is a large number of so-called weak students. That is what we have to address, not treat it in the way that we have been treating it before, as an exception to what is otherwise a workable norm. About school education, one couldn't agree more. My only question is, what else are we doing, apart from saying school education should be made more equitable?
Thank you for your question. I would like to begin with a counter clarification. And I had mentioned this in the beginning of the speech. My experiences were drawn from my previous employment location. I'm a very recent entrant into the TIS teaching community. But to respond to the larger concern that you're raising, I mean, I think it's the history of social science or general education in India has assured that classrooms are mostly tilted in favor of the elite. So there is always the risk of there being museumization of inequality. The point I was making was how it becomes different in contexts like public universities or contexts where there is a vibrant student and teacher movement is that you pick up, the ability to not museumize the inequality that you're learning about in class when you see somebody who's studying with you articulating political demands, when you see, a movement emerging and so on and so forth. And that is what is absolutely lacking in these kind of contexts. So for a lot of middle class, so to speak, students who have learned a lesson, their lessons about the need for a common consensus about education, about equality, social justice, etc., have picked it up largely from their presence in contexts of struggle. And in the absence of that, given the social composition of our classrooms, learning about inequality ends up becoming, that was the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Regarding the first question, whether caste does operate in JNU or not. See, in India, in every institute, whether it is JNU, HU or any other university, because our university is part of society and we are also related with the society. Therefore, this question is there. There was a committee recently, which is, Satrupa is also part of that committee, who is present here. So our demand was to reduce the Viva marks from 30 to 15 marks. Why this demand was put up by the students community? Because the data which is provided by the administration, JNU administration, which itself says that the 30% Viva marks which is there in JNU, there is a chance of discrimination, and there is a discrimination which happens to the students community who belong to the marginalized section, particularly the students from scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. So this committee was constituted, and the committee recently gave its recommendation, and it categorically says that this discrimination is there and this kind of practices is happening. So we have to reduce the Viva marks from 30 marks to 15 marks. So this is the recommendation by the the committee, which is constituted by the by the Vice Chancellor itself. So it is there. The question is, does it get noticed to the students community or to the teacher community in a campus like JNU or any other campuses or not? So this is the, difference between a JNU or any other university, because there are universities. This is the reality of everyday life. Students face it, but they don't have the scope. They don't have this opportunity to make it public. It is there, but at least you get this opportunity in campuses like HU or JNU or few other campuses where you can speak up. So this is the thing there. Next question. Regarding the activities of teachers, there was, the question which was asked, like, there are student activities, but there are not, that much teachers' activities. But I would say, both the teachers and students of JNU, they are, of course, they're related to academics, as well as they do protest whenever there are issues which they feel that this is a larger attack on university or the campus, the democracy which is established by the students and teachers for a long time. So after, you can see after the 9th February incident, when the elected student representative of the campus, of the students' union, they were not in the campus, it was the teacher association and the teachers who came up first, and they marched for the first time. And after that, the huge movement which was emerged after the 9th Feb. So it was possible because of that unity between teachers and students. And regarding the deprivation points for teachers, this question is there. Because now you see the data of JNU, which is provided by the administration through RTI. It says that the OBC faculties, the post of teachers in JNU, it is not fulfilled. There is, the data which is brought up by the students, it says that there is one OBC professor or something like, the figure is like that. So if any deprivation point is required to teachers as well, then obviously the committee which was constituted for the students, a committee can be constituted for teachers as well to look this aspect, that what is the reason for this and why seats are not fulfilled, or if there is a need for this deprivation points for both teachers and students and any other section of the university.
I think Rama has responded to the question in many ways, but how does discrimination continues to exist on campuses? It may seem to be not a very difficult question, but indeed it's not an easy question also. Okay, you cannot in many ways, many times objectively express that I felt discriminated. Okay, so one of the ways, one of the prominent indicators of discrimination, I think, is around language. If you're not able to communicate in English, for example, as effectively, then it expresses something more apart from just your language or linguistic skills. Okay, so many times, because most of the students coming from deprived sections, by and large, are not coming from, English medium schools. So actually as a teacher, I find that the moment if you make an effort to somehow take care of this aspect to whatever limited extent you can, you see the results are actually quite encouraging. It happened, so I was teaching at TIS Hyderabad before joining JNU, and because we know that these institutes are quite elite in their nature, so those 2 or 3 students who came in through reservations, they were completely isolated from the events happening in the classroom, just these extracurricular or co-curricular or wherever they used to go watch a movie. All these particular students were always feeling left out, and it is very visible. They need not necessarily come and tell you, but you can see that the amount of self-esteem, of self-respect, and education should be a place where it's a joyful process to learn. But at your young age, your self-esteem is being destroyed to such an extent where perhaps it can never again, come up. It's very dangerous actually. So I find this basically useful. It need not be like they come and ask you or you go and say that there should be remedial classes. But if you can say, for example, at least as teacher, be sometimes bilingual. If you figure out that these are Hindi medium students or they are coming from a Telugu medium background, and if you can just summarize, just like that, if you can, and you see it's wonderful. It gives you extremely good results. I remember this student from Bihar in TIS Hyderabad, and he used to say, "Madam, this sentence only I didn't understand." And the moment I told him in Hindi, "Ab chhod dijiye, madam, don't explain more. I know now what it is." So, and that joy on his face is my achievement. I mean, I went feeling very happy. So, thank you.
I had to say one thing about the new education policy. That's a proposed policy by TSR Subramanian Committee, which was dissolved last days. And, some proposals are there in the draft of new education policy. It mentions about the issues of social justice, equity, and gender issues, language, and other issues. But in that draft itself, the issues are proposed in the draft, but no measures are proposed to address the problem of disparities in all these areas. Otherwise, some recommendations in the report itself would further widen the disparities of gender, economic, class, etc. The existing disparities will broaden through other recommendations by new education policy, which was a new education draft policy, which was proposed by TSR Subramanian Committee. That's all.
Yeah, I think organizers are giving mementos, so please.
Thank you, Chair, Professor Hargopal and panel members. And I'd also like to thank Lakshmi Priya for bringing out explicitly the gender dimensions of the structure of higher education in India today. Before we close the session, I'd like to invite Kalpana Karnakuran to come and please present the mementos. I have another announcement. This is regarding accommodation arrangement. We'd like the following to please come and meet us, that is Chirashree and me, during the lunchtime. This is Afifa, in case you are here, Afifa Cholaseri, Anjali Ganga, Medha, Namrata Chaudhary, Olina Eji, Subha Sainathan, Sara Hilali, Tapati Mukhopadhyay, Lakshmi Priya, Vishnu Priya, Afreen, Chinta Jerome, and Prabha Bharti.
Thank you, Dr. Kalpana. An announcement to all the delegates here. We break for lunch right now. Lunch will be served at the Indira Gandhi Auditorium. You have two ways to reach there, close to the east gate, and it is also located close to the main gate. And please be back in your seats by at least